Good morning. Yeah, Finn, totally. Good morning, Finn. Good morning, Riz. Good morning, Steven. How you guys doing? This is a cat. Pressing buttons on my keyboard. Wee woo, wee woo. Finn, you having fun talking to yourself? We're not painting a stang today. We're painting a dog. Right on time. Hell yeah. What Lucy's is gonna be up to. I think Riz enjoyed making you look like a lunatic, Finn. Oh. Lucy, you'd think cats would realize that they're stepping on stuff. It was good. Pumped iron and stuff. We're on to you, Riz. We're on to you. Okay. Dog. Oh my. What an accusation. So today, are we painting the whole time? Look what you did, Finn. You scared him away. But when the D4 dev stream's up, I'm gonna put it up and make my camera small to keep painting. I gotta get this done today. For a gift. Got hair on it. Did not scare Riz. I'm gonna zoom in the camera because this one's smaller. 10. New doggos, yeah. Hi Chloe, how you doing? Yes, gang goes back in view. That's good. You're hiding from him? I'm good. It's good. I haven't finished it yet, but that's how far we got. This one's gonna take me a while, probably. Obviously, it's huge. But I have to do this one today. The cat hairs on the painting are messing me up with my pencil lines. Sky decided to, like, play with it when I was gessoing it. The house always wins, Finn. Hi, Lucy. Being a loony. Finn's upset because he was talking to himself for half an hour. Yep, okay. Like that microphone? I don't know if it, like, makes noises when she rubs on it. Ay, ay, ay. Exposed. You see? I'm, like, too scared to start because I feel like I need to watch her. The house ever doesn't win. Prepare to have your legs broken and be blacklisted. Oh my. I don't want my legs broken. It sounds like a lot of pain. Stop calling people names, Finn. You're crossing a line. Finn was here for, like, the last hour talking to himself. Yeah. Hi. Can you like lay down, Lucy? Hi Funko, how you doing? What? Finn lives here. I'm gonna have to find someone else to live here with you. Is 0 work tickets today? My streams are expecting the floodgates to open? Hopefully not. Hi Lucy. Yes, I know you want attention. I need to start painting. You haven't been ever pet in your life. I'm doing good, thanks, Funko. Finn woke up and chose violence again today. Ow, keep your claws away. Trust this cat. She's being really cute. Yeah, kitty meow. Great, Looney Lucy. Union still hasn't reached out. Hopefully you'll hear back today. She's just making a mess. Okay, I'm gonna sit in the window. We can start mixing paint. Yeah. Okay. Can't reach my paints. She woke up and chose iPhone. uh, her tail is on my little Eevee figure, just like whoop. What's my cat's name? That one here's Lucy. And we have another kitten named Sky. They're 6 months old. Oh. You're contemplating reducing your hours to 32 in about 2 years? Wow. Spend more time with your fam jam? That's like not a thing here. A payments of looking from there. Or work 40 and get more vacation days or something. More days for Efteling. He's just jealous for me for Mrs. Finn attention. Mrs. Finn was sending me lots of book stuff yesterday. Yeah. But like, do most places even let you? Good job, Finn. Proud of you. Mrs. Finn loves me. It's nice to have a book friend because none of my IRL friends really read much. Like, they maybe read like 2 books a year, and I feel bad like nerding out on books with them, and they're just like, uh huh. Yeah. I just always was a reader. I almost got the right color for the dog. Lucy! Oh my gosh, she's climbing the screen again. Lucy! I can't even get back there. Oh my god. Ugh. Get off. No, get off. Lucy! Don't meow me. No. A harbinger of evil. You're not stream appropriate. I'm not gonna Nerf gun her. She climbed all the way to the top and was just dangling there. Now my blinds... Oh, broke my blinds.
What? Get blind. I would stop.
No, that's not gonna stop them.
Yeah.
No, because they'll play with those too.
Don't play with the ones.
You don't... They're up. There's
Yeah.
not screens. Only on one.
If you put the blinds more than halfway.
Do that spit sounding hiss thing cats do, like that. Am I supposed to hiss at them? Well, there's a screen. It's them climbing the screen. If I take out the screen, then the bugs are gonna get in. My window's open right now. They're interested now because my window's open because it's cool enough outside to open the window. Which is, it's nice for me because my room doesn't stink as much as paint. Stink from paint as much. I'm gonna start with his snoot first. And if I take off the screen, I have a feeling they'll try to jump out the window. How would my stream room smell like paint? I wonder. I've been outside since Tuesday morning. It's been, so like, it hasn't been like hot, but it's been really like nice. And like, I've been going out with a t-shirt in the evening, like when I go home and stuff. And I'm like, wow, it's like, it feels like there's like no air. Like you're just like, it's like perfect room temperature. It's nice. But today is a little bit cooler, so. Oh yeah, there you go. I think it's the same here. More of a K sound, real short. You'll have to show me on Saturday. Like a that. Aw. What's Kermie's? Kermis? Another doggo, new doggo. This one's Mulligan. I update it on a regular basis. Next week was a ridiculously late stream. Yeah, so Monday will be no day stream, but there will be an evening stream for the launch of Vessel of Hatred. And then Tuesday, Wednesday will be normal. And Thursday will be really, really long. And Friday is to be determined. Me evening. So I'll probably be starting at like 6 my time, so it's gonna be like midnight for you on Monday. So I guess Tuesday morning. I don't think you actually missed any streams in August. I think it was when the stream was disconnecting on the paddleboard. Because every time it reconnected, that counted as a new stream. Hi, Princess. Whoop for Princess. How you doing? You have no idea how many Misha streams you missed this year, though? I don't know. Well, then get to it, Finn. You saying you're unloved, Finn? Yes, Finn? Like Ryan's walking behind me, but yeah, it sounds like you're right behind me. was like, what? Thing is a rule. Hi, Narak. You spent all your money? Did you get a car? Have I ever seen So I Married an Axe Murderer? No. Steven, eventually you're gonna be like, why do I even bother asking? She probably hasn't seen it. That thumbnail's an old one. It's just easier to reuse a painting thumbnail. That's Snoop. Very boopable Snoop. Most poopable. Rock. What'd you end up getting? Did you get the Subaru? Snoot. Poop for Lit. How you doing, Lit? Solterra? Nice. And Rock got a Subaru yesterday. When do you pick it up? Get it with the windows tinted? Subaru Solterra. Tanky gas in a long time. Thursday or Friday. I gotta get insurance first. Check out Sonnet. When I got my first car, Sonnet was the cheapest. And then after having them for 3 years, a broker ended up being cheaper. But it was nice. Cheapest. Only Subaru with having is a Toyota. I like Subarus. Toyotas are really expensive. A Skoda? Yeah, I know. You're gonna be cool AF with 15 miles per gallon, just saying. Yeah. Why I was like, I am not getting an STI. Mustache dog? Yes. STI. Subaru WRX STI. He must ask you a question. He goes vroom. Psh. So car came. Sorry. Hmm. Don't hate the cars so much as the fans you've known. Yeah, I mean that comes with almost anything, right? Honda Civic owners, am I right? Yeah, be good though. There. Mustache dog. for doggo. I actually touched it and didn't get paint on my hand. Magic. I am one with the paint. Eyeball. I saw Mulligan this morning when I got home from the gym. He was outside. He gets so squinty-eyed when he sees me. He throws his ears back and his eyes go all squinty and his face stretches into a smile. And he's like so happy. And then River wasn't happy that Mulligan was outside and she wasn't. She was like, bork, bork, bork. Where's the slow car? Over there. We gotta finish this painting today. So we're doing doggo today. Oop for Nurak. Thought it was a cup, but turns out it's a nose. Yep. Bloodthirsty. Anima saying that someone changed lanes in some convertible and brake checked her cargo. Oh no. That's rude. I like the Fox body Mustang. I painted a few of those. Eyeballs. Just me and Mike. There's people in there. Unless you're saying So ugly yet so good. Yeah. Dog. Oh, on the junkyards? Okay. Still not as ugly as an early 70s Camaro. Ryan loves that one. Ryan loves ugly cars though. It's like his thing. If it's ugly, he wants it. Hello Jackets? Workman watches that. This isn't the early 2000s or 90s playlist though. So this is my alt and alt rock playlist. It's only Wednesday. My dad says the same. The cars are the waste of money. But I mean, like, people like cars. Can do what they want. Their money. People want to do them up. Some people just want them to get from A to B. Use 50,000? Holy moly. Why are you eating food? You're gonna die anyway. Exactly. $50? Oh. My brain added a 0. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. No, Finn, chill. And my brain added a 0. I'm gonna punch you, Finn. Oh, no. Unfortunately, it was more than $50. I'll tell Mrs. Finn she'll punch you too, yeah. YouTube. Did you get tint for your car in Iraq? Did you get tint? Window tint? Mike is gonna punch you too. Used to love tint on your cars, but then laws changed. We're allowed like the I think it's 50 in the front or and 30 in the back. Hi Nathan, how you doing? Tint, no, you're not cool. Dang, now everyone's gonna see you pick your nose when you're driving. Yeah. So 80 would be lets 80 or 50 lets 50% of the light through. 30 is lets 30% of the light through, so it's darker. You're in a fishbowl? No tint, I couldn't. Yeah. At first I thought it was that way until it got explained to me and I was like, oh, makes sense. Ryan has 20 in the front and blackout in the back, which is illegal, but tint's expensive. I got it added on. I was like, I'm not buying this car unless you pay for my tint. Because they were like not budging on deals for me. And they're like, hey, we'll get you your tint. And then I ended up getting the 600 off that I wanted because COVID hit and they gave discounts to healthcare workers and because I lived with my mom. She's a healthcare worker, so I got that money off too, and I got free tint. But I never ended up getting my mats that I was promised. Hi, Kenny. One more day. Imagine everyone's picking their nose behind their tinted windows. You know it. You know it. Just ask Trevor. Your last car was blackout. You hate it at night. You couldn't see fuck all. Yeah, Ryan has to open his windows at night to back into a driveway or something. Get a delivery of crushed beast bones. One day and it's party time. Trevor's in Wisconsin. Your delicate white pale skin. Your car came with it and you stripped it off your driver door? Dang. Pick your nose while you drive and you don't have tinted windows? Well, no shame. You flick it at people looking at you? Shove it in deeper and mind your own business. Why do I like tinted windows so much? I like being able to look at people and not have them fully like see my face. It's also nice because it like they feel like my car is less hot after sitting out in the sun. Like when I compare like getting into my mom's car when I have to like shuffle cars in the driveway, I feel like my car is less hot when I grab it to move it, and then when I go move my mom's, it's way hotter. It's so much cooler. Yeah. And yeah, obviously for picking my nose. I'm a voyeur. I don't know what that means. My brother, so he had this friend, and this friend had a staring problem. My brother didn't realize. He'd be like, they'd be driving places, and my brother's like realizing that these people are like mean mugging him. And he's like, why are these people staring at me? Like, what is going on? And then he would look over at his friend, and his friend is just staring at the people. He's like, yo, dude, chill. Like, window open. I like to wave at people when you're a passenger. I always wave at the crossing guard in my neighborhood. He waves at everybody. He's like, yeah. You had a friend like that in high school? Aw. That sucks. Yeah. Everyone's gotta have one friend with a staring problem. I feel like I'm more of an observer. I don't know if I'm ever actually staring, but I observe. I try to not stare so that I don't accidentally make eye contact with people. That's awkward. Friend try to push you out of the car while you're driving. Oh my god, okay, that's not a friend. What? Hello? Why were they doing that? Fit Mike. Oh. No one bullies you, Finn. You're the one that comes in here yelling at people. She does not bully Finn. Chloe is a sweet, innocent, precious little angel that could do no harm. She's singing the song. I hope. You're an enigma. I say that about Sky. Lucy, though, that's a little harbinger of evil. The Canadians were supposed to be friendly. I mean, we used to be. Isn't Finn from Finland? Yeah, obviously. I got a mean streak. What, for telling you can't do something? Scolding you? This looks alright once put together. Finn's from his own land. Getting Mrs. Finn to scold you. Well, someone had to. So, I write sideways. Like when I have a piece of paper to write and it's like this, I put it like this and then I write like this. And I feel like because I'm painting, I keep turning my head so much. I'm like, I should stop. Maybe that's why my neck hurts. Just turn it the other way. Feels weird. They tilt it 90 degrees, but I'll probably still go sideways. But creepy and unwelcome watching from the shadows, avoiding eye contact. Shit, I've been exposed. I just like to know my surroundings, okay? Risk analysis. It's all you, Finn. You're the confusing one. Risk analysis. Eye contact so gross. Contacting eye to eye directly. Yuck. I know, right? So intimate. Very situationally aware too. It's good. I always feel safer around people who are more situationally aware. Hi, D-Law. Yeah, I'm a dog. What? Where situations are situations now? Where? Anywhere. There could be. Everything's a situation. Whether it escalates or not. Ever seen the short blind guy that got yelled at for staring in the gym? No. But oof. There's this blind girl that I discovered on TikTok, and her name is Kitty, and she is really fucking funny. She makes TikToks about being blind, obviously, but one time her Uber dropped her off like a block away from her house, and she had to figure out how to get home on her own. And she's like walking, she's like, this tree feels right. Like this is probably the tree that's like just a few doors down. She finally gets in and she's like, I made it. But there's one really funny one. She started dating this guy and he didn't know that she was blind. So they like recreated their like him realizing that she's blind, and oh my god, it was so funny. He was just like, "Wait, you're blind?" And she's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "So you can't see?" And she's like, "No." It wasn't a blind date, but they were just like recreating what he said, but they've been dating for a while now. I think she's adorable, Box. But so her eyes like are like clouded over, and she's like, "Why did you think my eyes look like this?" And he's like, "I don't know." She's like, "You don't care that I'm blind?" He's like, "No, I like you." So cute. She's from the UK. But she's so funny. Just like imagine dating someone and then not knowing they're blind. Kitty's blind? I think so. Is she blonde? Double check. Yeah, that's the one. Kitty's blind. She's fucking hilarious. Let's see if I can find. Posts a lot. I don't know where the boyfriend one is. They recreated it. Tila! Don't know, maybe thought you were Daredevil. But yeah, she's so funny. Morgan! Hi Morgan, how you doing? Hydrated. Hell yeah. Oh. Oh, it's because it has the at sign versus no at sign. That also makes a difference. People couldn't say your name. Oh, that's funny. I figured it was people are struggling that you did that to make it a little easier. Thanks, Interrock. I'll see you later. Wait. But if you do come back, shit's gonna hit the fan. Yeah. Wait, did you just notice that, Morgan? I could switch them to both white or both pink, but I decided to do opposite. And I wanted to get more cat ears so I could match them to my outfits. But then I only wear like 4 colors. White, black, pink, blue. I just need blue. Oop. Happens. It's okay. Dark. Contouring this dog. Do do do. Finding leaves for a new place today. Woohoo! So exciting. I feel like everybody's moving right now. do, do, do. Bessie's moving too. Nice. Okay. The one where the blind girl got dropped off in the wrong street. Good thing I bet she wouldn't notice if it got dark. Yeah. And she gets home and she's like, guess what? I just walked all the way here. All by myself. Hi, Zoomy. Yeah, we're painting Will again today. Molly the Goldador. Cat in here for a second. Shit. I feel like it's looking like a paint by numbers. I accidentally put a little bit of blue in my paint, and instead of loving the cool air, that's good. Oh, Morgan. Oh, I bet, Morgan. Hopefully she can. Hi, Mango. How you doing? Are you Jude back? Hell yeah. P6 horde, got another. Got wow. 845 ether solo. Sheesh, that's a lot. I think my top was like 700. Nice. You lay down? Okay, Chloe. Horizontal. $1,070? Sheesh. Crazy. No Hellborns either? Wow. Screenshot I went to send to a friend. That's when I realized he blocked me and unfriended me. Oh. Then. Something happened? Sorry, Morgan. Surprise. Goes getting the 2 days later you were blocked. Oh, strange behavior. And grab a coffee. All right, Mango. Follow them out. Yes. Yeah. The day before that joke was around playing Diablo. Whack. Like, should be able to talk it out with a friend, you know? Like, if you thought you ended the conversation fine. Little pain on my head. God, he doesn't know. I think about that song often, and I never play it. I don't know why. Emilio! Yeah. Not worth it. Steven, not worth it. Oh, Corrupted! Thanks for the raid. What up? How was your stream? How you doing today? Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. No, Stephen. Well, time to find a new person to share those wins with, right? Aw, thanks, playa. Jules, happy Wednesday. How you doing today? How you doing, playa? Happy Hump Day. Why did I say it like that? This actually is alright. Aw, thanks, Play. You're so sweet. You hardly seen me outside of Diablo. It's like the second time you haven't seen me on it. Yeah. Sometimes I paint, and there's very few other games that make me want to grind them. But when they do happen, they happen. But it's rare. If you something. Dog. It look like he's smiling a little bit. Oh, you looking at Gengar? Party Finder next season? Yeah, actually. Wait, I guess it was in the PTR. Right? It was in the PTR, right? What movie, Chloe? Matt Damon. Yes. Yeah, so they have. I think it's gonna work pretty well. I don't. I don't want to say something wrong. Go out of nowhere. Dog. Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Oh my god, is that Emmett? Your name Emmett? The fuck? Dude, Kay, I was literally just thinking about you yesterday. Not maybe like 3 days ago. I was like, I wonder what Emmett's been up to. And I was gonna message you, but I don't remember your Discord name because it was different from your Twitch. I literally summoned you here. How are you? It's been so long. Answer you log from trading, but some emits. Yes. Oh yeah. So the items will say if it's a vessel of hatred item. So those ones won't be tradable, but the rest will. I guess if that was clarified, then I can talk about that. Yeah. Summon mats will be tradable because they are not. Yeah, there you go, Steven. Weird, but doing well. I'm so glad. I'll think of something I haven't seen in a while, then poof, there they are. Yeah, it's been literally like a year. Maybe more? Oh, of course, Emmett. I'm glad you're doing well. That makes me happy. I was like, shit. Because I was thinking about you and I was like, I know his name started with an E. I was like, oh my god, it's Emmett. I wonder what Emmett's up to. I hope he's doing well. And I'm like, fuck, I don't know his Discord name, so I can't even follow up and see if he's okay. Yeah, exactly, playa. And I was like, do I even remember his Twitch name? But I did. Pheromone. There we go. Yeah. Me too, playa. Still in the Discord? Hell yeah. Let's go. I was like, shit, I don't even remember it because it was different than his Twitch name. Yeah, I literally summoned you. Were your spidey senses tingling? Weird how that works, huh? It's more yellow. Hi, Omega. How you doing? Could just pick a prefix or suffix. Yeah, if only there was like a blank option. I would just make mine bloody. Discord whenever I get Stream 2. Yep. Still here. Painting and Diabloing. Thanks, player. Appreciate you. I hope you have a wonderful day. Thanks for dropping by. Doing good, Omega? Hell yeah, brother. I made this too yellow. Ears are darker than his head. It's fine. No, not orange now. No. Things have changed a lot. Um, days just go as whatever I feel like doing. It's been a long time since I played Phasmo, actually. I also changed my stream schedule from the evenings to the daytime just over a year ago. Yeah. I wonder how much it's changed now. Been a while. Uh, yeah, that's right. Yo, what up, North Bees? How you doing? Oh yeah, Emmett, Ryan and I got our first place sailor. I don't know if you noticed that it's different than before. Um, and we got kittens. Just bees, please. Wait, is it bees like from BC bees? The bees? You changed your name? Yeah. What up, bees? Yeah, almost fully settled. I still have to bring a lot of my stuff over. But been a very busy month with a lot of stuff. But hopefully, well, this weekend we're going to Atlanta. We're leaving tomorrow. Um, and then hopefully next weekend I'll be able to get some stuff done around the house. This week has been a lot of video editing to get ready for the D4 expansion. Yeah. We did a revamp. I like it. Glad it's still bees. When is dev stream? I think it's at 1:30 or is it at 2? 11 a.m. PDT. So 2. 2. I'm mathing right. Glad to see you two, bees. How's the baby? Oh, kids 5 and 7. For some reason, I thought you had another baby because you said baby. Miss your baby cuddles. I kind of miss when the twins were babies, but they're still snuggly. And now they give back scratches. Oh my god, I gotta pee. My bladder's gonna explode. I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh, this is a jam. Must be an alien abduction. I forgot to add the BRB screen on this scene. Gotta do that. But it's a lot of work to put it on my Stream Deck. I gotta reorganize my Stream Deck. It's a little chaotic. You require coffee? Get some coffee. I have some. I'd share, but you're across the country. Aww. You can do it. I believe in you. Guess it's still early over there, 9 time zones, man. It is done. Woohoo! Go and collect cards and have half the same. Sophia says me this game is tickling my fancy, if you know what I'm saying. Ayo. I still have, well, there's a Dragon Knight over there that's not on camera. And I have behind the canvas is an Eevee. I still have a few more squishies at home that I gotta bring over. There's a Piplup. Trying to think what else. TCG card shop sim. Join the addicts. If you ever play the online TCG, like the one that you get these codes for, just DM me. I can give you some codes if you're interested. Open. You have 1,000. You've opened so many packs. Yeah, opening them on stream has helped because like I was constantly getting the itch to open cards, and then I would rip open like an entire box. So this way it's good on saving money because then I don't want to buy cards as much. But I hate how expensive they are. I'm gonna redeem the Pokemon as a good morning. Hell yeah. I mean, you can do that whenever. Scoop 2 ETBs from Costco for. Ooh. I haven't never seen ETBs at Costco. Which ETBs? I buy my cards from 401 Games. I like their pricing. It's a lot cheaper than everything I've seen. Obviously, Costco beats it out, but I don't have a Costco membership yet. Hard to get there. There's gonna be a Costco in my city soon, so welcome back, Mango. I have too many hobbies. Thank you, Mango. Ooh, I want more of the 151. Stellar Crown, nice. The new one, found cheapish, sourced with Japanese. Ooh, nice. Oh my god. Yeah, the 151 cards. I got the Charizard in 151 for the hell, yeah. I think I had gotten a bunch of the yeah, I like freaked out. I didn't open it on stream. It was like right before Christmas and Ryan was over and he's like, I kinda wanna open some packs. And then we were like out at the store and he grabbed an ETB and we split it. And I'm like, oh, I wish I saved this for stream. I was like, this never happens. Yeah. And cause like when we pull cards together, we like go slow and like he'll say one, I'll say one, and then I'm just like staring at him like he's like, what? I was like, ah. Ryan's been good. He's working. He's in a meeting right now. But he's loving the new place, which is good. Yeah. Yeah, we said we don't know where we want to move eventually. If we're gonna stay in Canada, go to Europe, or go to the US. Um, but we wanted to stay close at least until after our wedding since it's happening here. I don't want to have to like fly back and forth for stuff. Peace. Breaker. It's just so expensive in Canada. But I don't know, living in Poland would be nice. Be nice to be near my family. But then Ryan would be far away from his family. Coffee. In Sweden? Yeah, exactly. That's why I love the summertime. So our garden flourishes. We had like so many cherry tomatoes this year. I couldn't keep up with eating them. And they were so good. I was like picking like big bowls full almost every day. And then my mom with our big tomatoes and our peppers. My mom made a bunch of salsa. Oh wow. Hmm. That's a nice little exchange. Our cucumbers didn't do as good this year, but the zucchini, we have beets, and soon the squash will be in. It's getting there. We even had some potatoes. Morgan. Hi Ragnarok, how you doing? He's a Goldador. He's a lab mixed with a golden. His name is Mulligan. He came from a rescue. Hi Ame, how you doing? I'm doing well. How about you? Morgan. Lyrical genius. You killed Tong! Always killing Tong. Mango too, yeah. Yeah, when Tong's around, Mango. Delving into the information abyss lately? Oh boy. Is it the recent stuff with the you know who? Morgan. Oh, so many hundreds this season. Sounds like a good season. I'm so excited for the expansion. Collection has 500, but there's more. I think I have four hundreds. Better. Hi Hobo, how you doing? Box. CB, I'm good. Just painting away. Monday to Atlanta. Excited. Oof. Hi Indy, how you doing? Hi Charizard, how's it going? Internet went dumb. Oops. Okay. Are you horizontal? I'm doing well. Aw, thanks, Hobo. Is Noggin? Horizontal? Hell yeah. Ow! It's a dog. Oh, heck. Oh, hi, Jake. No, I didn't. It's over there, but this one needs to be done for tomorrow. Um, so we're doing this one today. Till it's done. This is my other neighbor's doggo. Thanks, Hobo. um, it's This is Mulligan. He's, I think he's getting close to a year old now. Um, his human's birthday is tomorrow, so her boyfriend commissioned this. Amaze the doggo. Hi Noob, how you doing? I didn't watch the video, but I saw it. I saw it like I saw the thing right before going live, so I didn't have a chance to watch it. Did you watch it? Six in this T6? Hell yeah. Ooh. Do it, Morgan. It's her. So just a recap of what we know so far, and her basically demanding the cow level. We need the cow level. Like, I genuinely don't know if it's coming. But like, frick. I really hope it'd be cool if the cow level was like something that like we all had to like work together to unlock. Like every little thing that we do slowly like brings it to come. Oh, Jake's addicted. Heyo. You doing Pokemon TCG? It's like, oh, it's like Pal World. Oh. I didn't know they had a cow theme party after Gamescom. What? I didn't know that either. Damn. That sounds fun. Sort of self pattern honey butter thing. Oh damn. Yeah, I like this one too. Especially because it's hammerhead and my favorite shark is hammerhead, so just like no, it's a vibe. um is it that TCG card shop game? Yeah. Almost made you broke, Mango. Fell into the trap of the TCG. White. I want cow party. Ew. Rocket. Ooh. Uh, Pokemon Go would get me sometimes. Oop for Finn. Welcome back, Finn. Um, but now that I have a couple of Pokemon gyms near my house, I always hit them when I'm walking, and then now I have a steady stream of daily coins. Wahaha. Do 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 do. Yeah, card collecting is so expensive. So addictive. Miss Finn got a Dremel, now she's happy, making book nooks. Nice. Ryan has a Dremel. She was showing me her dragons that she's working on. Shouldn't hydrate. Don't mind if I do. You probably already know because you got that telepathic shit going, yeah. Said that was $250 in 2020, almost $1,000 in 2022. Yup. I don't even like bother with ones that are like past print dates now because I just can't. But now I have all these unfinished sets. Oh. Um. Well then, hobo. I mean, yes. As long as you think that it won't harm your mental health, hobo. Hi, Mrs. Fan. How you doing? Again, stop killing Tong. Boxes used to be $50 in 1992. That hurts me so much. Of all the boxes I could have. I was not mean today, you were. Is it paid, hobo? If you think your mental health can handle it and it's paid, do it. Premium product and they bought it back in 2016. Damn. I love her, Finn. Did I tell you that I love her? Because I love her. No, you don't, Finn. Yes! She loves me back. Mother, actual quality movie? No. But Steven, have you seen the movie called Mother? Autos and such, not just foil chase cards. True. Oh, you love it. Yeah, he loves it. Definitely not paid. I wouldn't accept pay. She's a dear friend before anything else, so I'm happy just to help out. I mean, I think you should get paid. Because she's gonna be getting paid. But if you're happy to help out, do it out. Do it up. Haven't actually, but you heard the name before? Morgan said it was good. The J-Law film. I like her. First female action star. Have you ever seen her accept like an Oscar or something? She's so funny. I think it was at the Oscars where she fell down the stairs. She's so awkward. I love it. So I finally got like the right yellow. But now I'm this far in. It. Damn it. Just like add it. This. Fine. For the relationship between God and Mother Earth, but depicted as a couple in a new house trying to build a life. Interesting. Doing having a woman lead of an action movie because it wouldn't work. Oh, never heard her say that. I also don't pay attention to that stuff. Maybe she didn't watch a lot of movies. Yours is spoiled milk. Not too much though, Chloe. I love you. Yeah. Speaking of Gen Z, so you guys know the word huffin', right? When you're huffing glue, huffing gas, huffing huffable things. Yeah. So apparently, huffing air duster, huffing and puffing. So apparently, Gen Z has coined huffing, but they call it chroming. And they're like saying it's this whole new thing where they sniff Sharpies, glue, paint, chroming like Mad Max. I don't know. But yeah, I heard this on the radio yesterday. I was like, pfft. Yeah. Huffin has now been coined by Gen Z as chroming. That was a thing back in around 2000. Yeah. But they invented it, apparently. When I was little, my brother. Oh boy, good luck, Mango. I don't think so, Chloe. Whippets! Oh my god. Domestic. Muffin it. Yeah. Fish tanks are very common at festivals and fish shows. Grateful Grateful Dead type shows. Oh my. I know when I was little, my brother gave me his phone as like a hand-me-down, and it smelled like marijuana. And me and my friends would call it the crack phone. But yeah, true, Chloe. But yeah, chroming. Hippie crack. Steven literally said the same thing, Chloe. Both said hippie crack. That's funny. Both whippets and crack. The name hippie crack is very appropriate. Nice. I've done whippets. Um, it was an experience. Tomato's baby sister must see. I mean, what they have recoined it. Oh no. Yeah, whippets. My roommate's boyfriend brought the whippets thing, and then we filled a balloon, and lasts like 30 seconds, but feels weird, bro. Oh. These bottles are way bigger than the exact same stuff without flavoring. With Galaxy Cast. Oh man. I need NOS! Like womp feeling in the head, it's kind of disorienting. Yeah. Everything sounds like you're underwater. You surviving, Mango? Oh. Well, see you try to blow yourself up. um, need NOS, Mia. Little chest hairs. So far? Hell yeah. So fast food. So obvious he was a cop. Until he pulled the cuffs off. Whoops. I don't remember what my first reaction to it was. I don't remember if I thought it was obvious or not. It's been so long. First leg. You gonna sleep? Alright, Chloe. Have a good sleep. Good night and a good nut. Oh, race wars? Spot. I had zero interest in cars before the first Fast and Furious. I've never seen a car do a wheel stand before. Monster truck, yes. Cars, no. um, I've seen at the drag strip some cars get some air in the front. Butcher, oh! Don't let the bosses get you. You get them first. I'm assuming it was a random butcher. Seen them since. Yeah, there's this one dude that I knew. He had a Supra, and that thing was done up to the nines. And he had like the little like wheel thing at the back, so that if he went too far up, help. And he also had a parachute in his car. I think it was so fast. Second. Oh, cool. Excuse me. Four-lane drag strip. Damn. The one that's like near us is only 2 lanes. Hearts racing. Make sure you wipe your hands so you don't slip on the mouse in between rounds. Sound of four cars taking off all at once is crazy. Oh, there's one time we went to the racetrack and there was like a plane there. It was literally like a car with a plane engine. It was insane. Lines closed. Rewatched the live action. I could tell it was actual people with CGI. School was still better. A lot of people didn't like the music in it. Why I liked it. Thought it gave it a lot of emotion. I don't know, I really like it. I think for like artistic purposes, it was nice. Uh, yeah, I can, Indy. Hi, Azri. Thank you. How you doing today? You survived, Virgo. Let's go. Yeah, the blinds, the clip on the blinds came off, so they fell. And my window is covered. You should paint, Azri. Do it up. Sometimes some covers end up being better than the original sometimes. Not always, but sometimes. I didn't hear Michael Jackson's cover come together. New pumpkins, something Halloweenish. Some ghosty cats. I don't know that one either. Teehee. Pumpkin. Green is a pumpkin. Paint a Jacqueline. Play it. A foiler. Yeah, there you go. To deal with my blinds. Be making a lot of noise all day. Try book nooks. Make a book nook jack-o'-lantern. A nook for your book, Gazri. His wife is painting book nooks right now. What kind of car is this? It's the Goldador. What's up, Majin? How you doing? A nook for your book? Like she's making like things to kind of like, what are those things called? Book holder? Diorama? Well, I mean, it can be anything. Mrs. Finn is making jargons. Morgan, I used to eat chapstick when I was little. Say book nooks? Yep. Nooks for your books. My mom stopped buying me chapstick when I was little because I would just eat it. A freaking weirdo. Yeah, post pics. It's like a little cheap dessert. You did soda pop favors like Dr. Pepper. Oh my god. I had a Cinnabon one as a kid. That one was great. Dude, dude. Yeah, same, Morgan. Angry water. I like angry water. Say yeah. Las Vegas. Dog legs. So airy. Da, 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 da. Dream last night we seen. Da, da. Like shit, what time is it? Got 50 minutes until a D4 dev stream. Mhm. I gotta pee. Be right back. Turn. She's missing. I'm bringing Archie to DreamHack. Archie and Misha, the streaming duo. Gotta come. Hopefully they let him in places. He didn't get a ticket. I need it. Hi Skellius, how you doing? Hi Sky. Guy's sitting at my doorway just watching me. Here. Yeah. Here. Here. John. Yeah. Sketch. Here. Let me pick her up. I'm doing well. Go. Hi to everybody. And as she goes. Hey. Weirdo. Thanks, Skellius. What she wants to do. Rub on the microphone. Yeah. Fall off. Silly. Keyboard. Not go there though. Go on the paint palette. He pause. Kitty flare tail should be a emote. I could potentially make that happen. Do. No. Get your oh. Oh. She's just sitting on the floor watching me. Our doorbell just rang. Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. door, please? It was the door? Okay. Be right back. Okay. Sup, Riz? Am I missing it? Is it already happening? Did I get a package today? Not here, but it said that there's one out for delivery and I have no idea what it was. To my parents' house. Yeah? Same. Oh! Okay. Because I was like, I didn't order anything. Why am I receiving a package? And I was like, well, I guess I did order something. I ordered my dress for, the package. Oh, you're wondering if I got one? Yeah, I was, you did the same thing? Yeah, because yesterday I opened my email while I was live and I was like, there's a package on the way? I don't know who this is from. Yeah. Oh, I get a package. But I will open it tomorrow on stream. Even though it's gonna be really hard to not open it. But I'll bring it here and open it tomorrow on stream. But yeah, I was like, my dress that I got for my cousin's wedding hasn't shipped. So like, what is this? It hasn't been delivered yet though. It says by 4:30. Is it good? Did you open it yet? Or are you waiting? Wait to see if it was what it was, but you didn't see nothing, so you don't know what it is, but you saw Diablo thing. Oh! um huh. Thanks, guys. I'm excited. Um, yeah, I'm sweating now. But I will wait to open it, and I'll make sure saw the outside of the thing and stopped watching. Oh, yeah. They didn't tell us, so this is a surprise. Your birthday came early? Hell yeah. Guess now I'm gonna need to change my address. But at least my parents still live there, so it's fine. And me part-time. Apparently, but not here. It's on the way to. What if my parents moved and forgot to tell me? And just go home to my bed in the house and that's it. Everything else is gone. um. Yeah. Saw delivery. No. Must have went next door. Oh yeah. No, they Blizzard has my parents' address, so it's going there. I got an email saying it's going there, so has been asked this before. Did you get the early streamer access to the expansion? I did. And I got videos ready to go live on Friday when we're allowed to yeah. When we're allowed to talk about it. Well, that's exciting. Let me get, probably have their 30-minute timer on. Yeah. D4. Oh. Cool. Diablo YouTube is late. It just went live 30 seconds ago on Twitch, so I could think they might have been late everywhere. I don't know if it. What? Oh. The doorbell was a water meter dude, and he's drilling right now, and it scared the living beans out of me. I was like, what is that noise? I can like feel it. It's vibrating the floor. Oh, Lucy's scared up here. Yeah, Lucy's up here like, hey, okay? Oh, you can hear it? He's all the way on the main floor. But probably in the bathroom. Like if she went up the stairs. Is she hiding up there?
They're both at the stairs.
Oh. At least we don't have to worry about them running down there. We're in danger. They drill enough, they might bump into Indariel. Especially kind of a bit to break up the concrete brick. Oh. Like I answered the door. I totally forgot that the water meter guy was supposed to come here. And I answered the door and he's like, "Hi, I'm from blah blah blah." And I was like, "Uh-huh." Is it high? No, he's smiling. His tongue is out. You forgot to. You're like, someone's at the door. I'm like, eh? It was supposed to be for 2. Oh, he's half an hour early. He's ahead of schedule. Guy's working hard. I have to hide I have the Twitch open just so I don't accidentally forget for the D4 stream, and I got a little spoiler of what's in the box. Oh, hi Tong, how you doing? End up a whole can of worms in your meeting so it was infested. I know, right, Scalius? He's trying to catch the dev stream too. True, Steven, you wouldn't let me forget. How was your interview? Did it already happen? 5 interviews in the past 24 hours? Sheesh. Yeah, I got one spoiler, but I'm gonna try to forget it. I just got home. I hope it went well. Hi, kitties. You okay? They're both in my room. Lucy, don't be a psychopath. You're eyeing things down. Let's go for a bigger paintbrush. Play, just throw it. I bleed it. Really excited. I have half a mind to go home. Oh, I guess it's not even there yet. Like half a mind to go home and pick it up. Gonna arrive in 3 hours. Ish. Throw it. I bleed it. Take it deep. Just throw it. Do 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 do. The cats are like, what are all these noises? Hunting while drawing a dog is something's not right here. Tee. Cats and dogs, cats and dogs, cats and dogs. Colorado. What do I know? Mm-hmm. Um. Oh, hi JJ, how you doing? Thanks Ragnarok. Oh no! Not the rock. Luck is bad. That damn rock. Dun, dun. Came here to cause mischief? Typical. F that rock. Yeah. I'm gonna put in some feedback about the rock. To request that maybe it don't start attacking you until you start moving in the nightmare dungeon. I opened the tube by myself. Always amazing when that happens. Michelitis. I like it. Heard a dog. A dog. Oh! Ridiculous. Thank you for the gifties. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know, why didn't my sound alerts go off? Weird. In there. Thank you so much for the gifts. Dedicated. Da, 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 da. Ooh. Down, down, down. Yes, I will, Skellius. I have it open and ready to go. I'll still be painting, but I'll make the campfire chat full screen. Doop, 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 doop. Doop, doop. Or when you look into the other screen, your eyes turn super green. Oh, because I got the Diablo stream up on my monitor. Hee Oh, wrong color. It's fine. Just blend it. Just blend. Back and forth. Oh, okay. Starting to play trailers.
Vessel of Hatred is the next big chapter in the story of Diablo 4.
I think
When we
it's
last
audible.
left off, we had defeated Lilith, and Neyrelle was sailing south with Mephisto's Soulstone in hand. This is a tremendous burden for someone as young and untrained as Neyrelle. But somehow she has found the will to fight, challenging the primeval every step of the way. In this expansion, we follow their path as Neyrelle seeks salvation from Mephisto and searches for a way to banish him back to the Abyss.
Jake.
As we wrap up Diablo
Everyone can
4,
hear?
there has been a huge battle in hell between Inarius, the Cathedral of Lights, and Lilith
F?
and all of her demons.
Throughout this entire campaign in Diablo 4, you're basically trying to defeat Lilith, so you team up with people like Neyrelle, who's this young, eager character, and then you've got Laura, who is this sort of wise drunk. He was a Haradrim, so he brings this rounded, old-school thinking. He ends up being the catalyst of the group.
Inarius believed that if he killed Lilith, he would be accepted again by heaven. So he went after Lilith. He actually stabbed her, and heaven did not take him back. And he had this moment of, I've been wrong this entire time, and she used that against him and ended up killing Inarius. Her goal was to devour her father,
Spirit
Mephisto,
Fae.
and we ended up actually stopping her. And so even though she was defeated,
Yes,
she kind of
Gelius.
gave us a warning of, I was the only one that could actually save you from Mephisto.
Neyrelle is left with the Soul Stone, and she decides to take the essence of Mephisto and trap him into the Soul Stone.
Lorath is still with us and is going to try and help us find information on where Neyrelle went.
And so we leave off with her sailing south with the stone, telling you, do not follow. The world might need you. And over time, things start to unfold, and you realize that Neyrelle cannot do this alone. And so you start your search for her. When we pick up in Vessel of Hatred, the Cathedral of Light is kind of in disarray.
It became a bit fractured with the death of Inarius, so there was a bit of a split with the Cathedral of Light afterwards.
This created an opening for a whole new sect to rise up and take things into their own hands. And so you end up with a militant wing of the church that is the Burnt Knights. Burnt Knights are led by Yurvar, a survivor of hell. He's uncompromising. He feels that he's final judgment and that he's going to make better decisions for the church.
They battled in hell, and now they're on this manhunt for Neyrelle and for Lorath. They want them to pay for their crimes, and they think that they should be the ones that have a say in what happens to Sanctuary.
Mephisto is the Lord of Hatred. He's probably the one primeval that can create the most deep-rooted chaos, breaking up the people of Sanctuary.
In the events of Diablo 2, he was destroyed. He's been slowly resurrecting himself in hell, and he wants to come back and bring himself back to Sanctuary. And now that he is in this soul stone that Neyrelle carries, this is his opportunity.
The Herald of Hatred is Mephisto's wolf form. It's this astral projected form that he gets to put out and connect with the player and whisper in people's ears.
The connection between Neyrelle, the player, and Mephisto is the fate of the world. Neyrelle wants to get rid of him, but the more time she spends with the stone, the tighter the bond between her and the stone is.
The corrupting influence of Mephisto's soul stone is going to potentially convince her to bring Mephisto back instead of destroy him like she originally wanted. So we need to actually make sure that she fulfills her original intent and doesn't fall to Mephisto's influence.
Neyrelle plans to bring the Soul Stone into the Vault of Light so she can purify the Soul Stone of Mephisto's essence.
The Vault of Light is this really sacred place that Akarat created. His presence is really important through the history of Sanctuary.
Akarat wandered the world speaking the teachings of the Zakarum faith. His tomb is also said to be in the Vault of Light, which is in Nahantu.
Akarat is the one who discovered the spirit realm. When the World Stone was forged and Sanctuary came out of it, this veil was created, and that's what created the spirit realm. Demons aren't there, angels aren't there. It's a very special place for humanity. And for a long time, the spirit realm was not touched. And now Mephisto's corruption is creeping its way. And that's a fear that everybody in Nahantu is thinking about.
Spirituality is really unique to humanity, and in the jungle, it's a big part of their culture.
Eru is this elder, this magical being, a spirit born, and he's really connected to Nahantu. This is his home, this is his ancestral lineage, and he's guiding the player on this journey to help Neyrelle.
We actually find out that there have been sightings of Neyrelle in Nahantu, and we end up following her there.
In Vessel of Hatred, this is a story about isolation. We start off with the concept that Neyrelle is trying to do this alone, but at some point, you realize that things are escalating. And so we morph from this idea of isolation into the idea of being stronger together.
For someone that has been through the journey that our wanderer has, that Nyrel has been through, you feel there's hope that Sanctuary is not going to be lost.
You get to see pockets of Sanctuary that we haven't been able to see before, but it's still all in that same tone, in that same world that everybody loves so much.
Hello, Diablo 4 community. Welcome to another Diablo 4 developer update. This is a very special Diablo 4 developer update, as this is our pre-launch stream before Vessel of Hatred, which is actually going to be shipping here next week, which is crazy to think about. I'm joined here by Mr. Brent Gibson, game director for Diablo 4. I know before we have our big show, you wanted to talk a little bit about Vessel of Hatred and what's to come.
Yeah, this is a really big week. The fact that we're finally on the doorstep of shipping Vessel of Hatred is a bit surreal. We've been working on it for a very long time. You know, over the course of the last 5 seasons, so much has changed. And we're excited to talk about some of those details today. Everything kicks off with our epic journey through Nahantu, where we're going to be telling the next chapter of Mephisto. And it doesn't really stop there. We haven't talked about it much yet, but we've actually created a custom quest at the end of the story that leads those players who haven't gotten to endgame will get to endgame.
That's awesome.
Along the way, you're also going to find brand new ways to play with the Kuros Undercity. We've talked about this time attack dungeon. That's super cool. We'll go into more detail on that today. We have our co-op PvE experience with the Dark Citadel. For those hardcore players that like playing with friends, you're going to have something really cool there. And we also have brand new ways of gaining power. Whether you're hiring mercenaries and leveling them up, or finding our new powerful runes that create rune words to socket into your gear, you're going to have a lot more ways to actually alter the builds that you've been playing with all this time. So at the end of all this, we have the star of our show, our class that wants to go fast, the Spiritborn, which everybody got a sneak peek at that quite a while ago, and we have been polishing it and getting it ready to make sure that it's the most fun it can be at launch.
Yeah, and it's great because we're actually going to be going through all these aspects today in the live stream with our kind of our subject matter experts across each of them. So I know, as we mentioned, next week the Vessel of Hatred will actually be shipping and be released to everyone. Right now, the plan is for it to be out on October 8th, and that is still very much the plan. Still the plan. We actually did release a map earlier this week in our What You Need to Know blog that kind of pretty much contains exactly when each of the release dates are going to be, but players can actually end up doing early download right now on PC Battle.net. We do have early download coming up for console this weekend on the 5th, so there's a lot of stuff coming down the pipe, a lot of excitement going on. The other thing that we did talk about as well is Twitch drops. We do have a Twitch drops campaign that is actually starting at the launch of Vessel of Hatred. It's actually going to be starting on October 8th in Pacific time, so it's about like 12, 16 hours, somewhere around there afterwards, but there's some really cool back pieces, really cool weapons that you can earn, and it goes throughout the whole entire month of October through like that first early part of November. We also have a Support a Streamer program this time around, which is really cool because Support a Streamer actually really helps out some of the smaller streamers that are actually really wanting to, stream Diablo 4, which is really great. If you gift 2 subs for, or if you actually purchase 2 subs across any streamer that is streaming across Diablo 4 and has this enabled, you'll end up receiving the mount that we actually just showed right there. And then if you do an additional 2, you actually get the mount armor as well. So it's a really cool way of helping out some of the smaller and mid-sized streamers out there that, really benefit from some of these programs. And it's great to see all these new faces as they actually jump into Vessel of Hatred. The next thing we do also want to talk about is a cool promotion that we're actually doing with Trolley here in the US. Trolley actually makes some candy. So they're like sour bright crawlers and things like that. There's actually some really cool weapon skins available if you actually purchase Trolley specific products here in the US. We actually have them here on set, but you can see all the cool weapon skins. But if you actually purchase these, and you'll see that they're clearly marked with like Diablo 4, they got the Spiritborn on them, and you can actually end up taking a photo of your receipt, going to a specific site, fight, and then you'll end up getting kind of the rewards in game. And you also have a chance of actually winning an Xbox too, which is really cool. And this is a cool promotion that I think Xbox is actually doing across multitudes of titles, including like World of Warcraft, for instance, because this was actually going on with the War Within here at Blizzard. So yeah, like if you're in the US, look for Trolley products. Thankfully, we have a bunch of bags here, so expect me to actually be eating these throughout the stream.
We've had like 7 bags in the last 2 days.
As we've been like prepping for the stream, like this has been my whole entire diet. Actually, no, I've been eating normal food, but at the same time, this is like my kryptonite right here. So expect me to be eating these throughout the stream. It's my favorite stream because we have snacks now, so I'm like, this is perfect. This is perfect. But one thing, again, we wanted to mention, which is the release date. And I think we have a release date map here. So yeah, as you guys can see, on October 7th in Irvine at 4 p.m. Pacific, or Pacific time, or California time, if you want to say it, is when the actual expansion is going to be launching. This is a global launch, so everyone is coming out at the same time. The world is round, so you can't get everyone in on October 8th, so that's why there's some in on October 7th, but we wanted to make sure that we could get as many people in on October 8th, and of course a little earlier on October 7th, but everyone's coming out at the exact same time. So looking forward to everyone jumping in. We do have an action-packed show today, a lot of stuff to cover. We are going to be hitting up on the patch 2.0 PTR changes first, is first up in the agenda. Because we have so many things to share, I will note this is our 20th live stream for Diablo 4 that we've ever done, which is really cool. And this is also our first time we're actually streaming on TikTok. We already stream on X, we stream on Twitch, and we stream on YouTube. So this is kind of a nice momentous occasion. But because of how much content we have and how many guests we have, we are going to say that we will have some small little breaks while we actually mic new people up, bring them into the studio, and then swap them out for other things. But we are going to be talking first about patch 2.0 PTR and the feedback that we actually received from players. And then separately, we're also going to be talking about Season 6, Season of Hatred Rising. And separately, we will finish off the show with all the Vessel of Hatred features and going into a little bit more of a deeper dive, something that you were talking about, Brent. So.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. I mean, we have so many people coming in that we're having to pack them in rows.
Yeah,
so
exactly. You're gonna see multiple levels of people in the studio. So we're gonna take a quick break while we get the first group in for our patch 2.0 PTR feedback overview. So we'll see you in a bit.
Cinnamon bun. All that talk of sweets. I'm like, I want cinnamon buns. PTR learnings. We get to all learn the changes. Oh, it smells so good. Oh. Despite the term learnings, you're doing a learn. It does seem like a silly word.
Awesome. I appreciate everyone bearing with us as we get people mic'd up. We're going to be doing this a couple times throughout this stream, but we're here to talk about the PTR learnings from patch 2.0 PTR, which we had earlier this month. Super beneficial. PTRs have been great for us since we've started actually hosting them for Diablo 4. And of course, this one was a very, very big one because we have a lot of big changes coming with Vessel of Hatred in Season 6. But I know we want to jump straight into it. So, Aislinn, I know you're going to start us off and talk about some progression changes.
Yes, I am. So let's, like you said, Adam, let's jump.
Oh, you actually, before we do that, sorry. I just realized no one knows who we are.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they know who I am. There we go. There. I was just like, wait a minute. Of course, we have some familiar faces, but if you guys want to do quick intros.
Yeah, hi, I'm Colin. I'm a lead designer.
Hey, I'm Aislinn. I'm a systems designer.
Hi, I'm Charles. I'm a class designer.
Hey y'all, I'm Anthony. I'm an associate class designer.
Awesome. Great. There we go. Now we got everyone settled. Aislinn, do you want to talk about some of the progression changes?
Yes, absolutely. So, Adam, like you said, the PTR has been just fantastic for us. It's given us so much data, and the feedback you guys give is just pivotal to us launching in the state we want to see the game in. And, everyone wants to see the game in. And so, let's talk about it. Let's talk about some changes we've made because of it. So first of all, monster intensity. Something we saw in the early game was people weren't noticing the changes in monster intensity because people were skipping through difficulties fairly quickly. And so we've decided to move monster intensity from scaling over normal, hard, expert, and penitent to scaling over torment 1 through 4, because you're going to be progressing through torments a little bit slower, so you're going to be able to feel the intensity changes, I think, a little more potently.
Yeah, there's a bit more jumps, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And again, the intensity system was essentially monsters just become a little bit more reliable in their damage.
Right.
They start to predict your movement a little bit more on the projectiles. It's not a massive change, but it should sort of make the monsters feel a little bit more aggressive and dangerous.
Yeah, they just become a little more lethal, I think, ultimately, beyond numerical changes. Second up I want to talk about is one that I'm really, really happy and excited about, actually, is that elites, unique elites, and super elites are 3 different types of elites you can actually fight, if you know that or not. That's the thing. And previously, they all did very different amounts of damage from one another. Like, for example, a super elite might deal actually 2 times the amount of damage of a normal elite. And what that was causing was when an elite spawned an affix, like lightning enchanted, or poison, or whatever, the super elites would do 2 times more damage with those affixes, but you didn't really have any way to tell, right? There was no way to tell if an affix was spawned by an elite or a super elite. And so kind of seemingly randomly, an affix might deal 2 times more damage to you out of nowhere. And so what we've done is we've normalized the damage that all of these different elite types actually deal, so that when you do see the affixes that they're spewing out, you can expect the damage you're going to receive. Like, how much it's going to hit you for.
It's a lot more consistent.
Way more consistent, way more predictable, which is really helpful for not getting randomly one shot.
Our favorites, those.
Yeah. And then finally, on difficulty, we have some changes to standard difficulty tiers. We know some of you guys are looking for a challenge, so let's take a look at what a challenge looks like. All right, so we have a level 1 character here in Kiovashad going to the statue to change their difficulty. So what are they going to change it to? Well, before they could access normal, hard, and expert, but now they can access penitent at level 1.
That's mode we only play.
Why would you play anything else?
Yes. So you have to beat the base campaign on your account once, and then you can go into Penitent, and let's see how that turns out for this person. Oh yeah,
I'm sure it's
just
going
in
Helltide. Just a few a few too many demons.
Just a few too many demons. Yeah.
Mythic uniques.
So, so you can do Penitent at level 1 now. It's pretty hard, guys. So if you plan to go in at level 1, be prepared. But seriously, we know people really wanted to be able to push their builds as far as they could, as early as they could. Yeah. And now you can. So whenever you feel like you're ready for Penitent during your leveling journey, hop in there and see how you do.
Yeah, I know that was like one of the biggest points of feedback we got during this PTR, which was like, hey, we would like to see if Penitent wasn't like gated way further down the line and if it could be brought in. So it's now available at level 1. And as we've shown in the footage, it can be difficult, but I think what's nice is like if someone creates alts and they end up finding a bunch of mythic uniques and stuff which you can use at earlier levels, you then can at least potentially start off in Penitent a little bit earlier and stay with a higher difficulty in that type of way, which is nice.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We really want to embrace like the sort of choose your difficulty that we really liked with the mine cages in season 5, 4, and 5. And again, like to your point, alts just are able to speed run their way to max level right by playing at a really hard difficulty.
Exactly.
So it should feel a lot better.
This
And it
guy
feels
looks
great
like
to
an
just hop
adult
into
and a
penitent
teenager
early,
at the
like when
same
you're
time.
capable of doing it.
does,
It's
yeah.
just awesome.
Yeah, we don't necessarily expect everyone to play at penitent. It's really hard to play at
It is hard.
at
It
your
is
own
hard.
risk. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, your character needs to be pretty good.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about some itemization changes. So we got a lot of
At least the PTR
feedback
happened,
that
right?
once you got to max level and you were, starting that ancestral grind, you were stuck with these non-ancestral items for a pretty long time. And we do like that, but we know that people want to see the journey for those non-ancestral items to be a little punchier. And so we've made some targeted changes here to ensure that non-ancestral legendaries have more, punch to them. So we've increased the amount of masterworking you can put on a non-ancestral legendary from 4 to 8. We are also allowing them to be tempered twice. Previously, both of those values were exclusive to ancestral items, but now non-ancestrals can go up to that. Additionally, we saw that people were going to like the boss ladder, or they were just finding uniques out in the world. And they didn't drop it didn't feel like they were dropping as ancestral as often as they should have.
Right, because they're so rare.
Right, they're so rare, and you want finding a unique item to be an exciting moment, and so we've tripled the chance for them to drop as ancestral. And this should help a lot, especially during the boss ladder, when you're killing these uber bosses and they're dropping lots of uniques. A lot more of them are going to turn out to be ancestral.
Definitely. And this should mean that once you're starting around level 60, you have a lot more progression on your equipment that sort of bridges the gap to ancestral. We also heard a lot of feedback that second tempered affix really is what enables your build to come online. And that's what we're trying to do with this system of ancestral, is that you can get your build online, but then there's still items that you can chase that just enhance that build.
Right.
And we saw that like not having that second tempered affix and not having those 8 masterwork ranks really sort of hindered your ability to get that build online, to get into the fun and start blasting.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, because we don't want you to feel like you have to find ancestrals for your build to function. This change is working towards making that true.
Definitely. So you still have those items you can chase, but you can still get those endgame builds online pretty quickly.
Yep, for sure. And finally, on itemization, we are adding some scrolls of restoration to the season journey. The scrolls of restoration are the scrolls of tempering that we talked about at Gamescom. You can use them to reset the tempering chances on an item. And we wanted to add these to the season journey so you could just have a couple of deterministic ways to acquire them and use them on your gear.
And this, of course, is not the only place you can earn these scroll of restorations. You can earn them throughout the world. There's a small drop chance, and we'll be actually talking about another way of earning them later on as well.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Yeah.
So I think one thing that I'm excited about on the unique changes, if you equate greater affixes in season 5 to ancestral, you're actually going to have a higher chance to get an ancestral unique compared to getting a greater affix on a unique than live, right? So it means that uniques are really exciting. You might actually get like the Staff of Endless Rage, for example. Maybe you're not playing a Fireball Sork, but now you're like, oh, well, I have an ancestral version of this unique.
That's huge.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. So it really kind of gets you to experiment a little bit more, and we really like that aspect about those uniques sometimes being a lot more powerful.
Yeah, no, we want that moment when you see a unique on the ground to be really fun and exciting, and seeing it drop as an ancestral with greater affixes is about as exciting as it gets for uniques. So that's pretty cool. All right, let's talk about some player power changes based on PTR feedback. So I want to start by framing our goals for Torment difficulties. So Torment 1, we want all content to be available in the game. You can fight Lilith, you can fight the boss ladder, you can go to the Dark Citadel, etc. All these activities are available. Torment 4 is intended to be aspirational content. And what that means is you've already unlocked everything in the game when you enter Torment 1. But Torment 4 is like the essence of Diablo, like build crafting, where you're just pushing your character as far as you can go. And Torment 4 exists for that purpose, for people who want to push their character as far as they can go. And with that said, and the reason why I'm saying this, is because we were seeing that people were getting to Torment 4 way faster and way easier than we were hoping for in the PTR. And, which is just another great, it's great that we did the PTR because we saw that. And with that all said, we've made some changes to kind of keep Torment 4 this, really challenging and exciting thing to reach. We've reverted the skill damage bonus from main stat back to what it was in Season 5. So we had actually doubled it in the PTR, but we found that was just giving players too much power.
Good idea.
So we sent it back. And we also pulled back on legendary glyph power a bit. Colin, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so we reduced the scaling on the glyphs quite a bit because we found that it was really devaluing a lot of the aspect rolls or rolls on your gear. Like when you're getting 2,000 additive damage from a glyph, it's really hard to actually feel anything on your gear through tempering or through those affix that are dropping. So essentially what we've done is pare that back. We've redistributed it. We'll cover that a little bit on where we put some of that power. But overall, we think this feels a lot better. Glyphs aren't just carrying like 80% of your power on the build. And it just feels a lot better so that it doesn't feel as sort of mandatory that I have to get all 5 glyphs and level them up to actually be pushing difficulty.
Yeah.
It's a lot more about what are the aspects you have, what are the uniques you have,
Yep.
what are the nodes you're actually getting on the Paragon board.
Yep.
I think it feels a lot better.
Yeah, and I think one of the important things to say about this is that it's really awesome to get a tremendous amount of power from one source, but because there are so many different sources of power in the game, if one source gives too much power, it makes the other sources feel kind of unimportant.
Yeah.
And that's not fun. So we want to make sure that every source of power in the game is contributing to your build in very meaningful ways.
Yeah.
And so this change is helping other sources of power feel really punchy.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Awesome. I know tons of changes here with player power, tons of changes with progression, including difficulty and itemization. Do we have anything else on progression? Or
I think one thing I think that's really important to touch on is the torment goals here, right?
Yeah.
Because it's a definite fundamental shift from Season 5 in that you think about World Tier 3 into World Tier 4 and you're sort of racing to get to World Tier 4 as fast as possible because that's where all the best items can drop.
Yeah.
And we've sort of just changed that to Torment 1 is where all the best items can drop. It's where everything unlocks. But essentially Torment 2, 3, and 4 increase the odds of those things happening. So it's just efficiency, right?
Yep.
We don't necessarily want to say you must get to Torment 4 to experience the game or to get the best drops in the game,
Right.
similar to World Tier 4 and Season 5. It's a very different feeling. So we're excited to see how that plays out, and we want to sort of see what you all think as well.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, all of the content, all of the best gear can be found in Torment 1. So if that's where your build feels most comfortable farming, that's great. You can still achieve all your goals. You can really max out your character there. You get a reward for pushing this harder difficulty by more efficiency.
Yeah. And that's what affords Torment 4 the means to, or the space to be really hard.
Definitely.
Is because you don't have to get there. And so it can be really, really challenging. And, some players really love that, and that's awesome.
Definitely.
Awesome. Well, I know the next topic we want to talk about is some of the big system changes that are actually coming with Vessel of Hatred, and also changes that we're applying post PTR from things that we actually learned. Colin, you want to walk us through and start us off with some of the Paragon stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, we got a ton of feedback from the PTR, and we took a look at Paragon. That was one of the bigger changes that we made, where we capped the boards, because we feel like that gives us a lot more space to increase the power of each of these boards and make the choice more about what is the board you're looking for. So what we've done here is we've added a bunch of normal nodes, so those are things like stats that empower those glyphs, to upgrade that legendary glyph radius. We added them. It was kind of sad, there weren't actually a lot of nodes to flesh it out and sort of build up that Paragon, that extra glyph range that you're going to get from upgrading it to legendary. So we've done that. We added around 8 to every board. And then the starting board, I think we went to 12 or something like that, just because, the starting board should feel really good with that first glyph. The next thing we've done is we've taken a look at a lot of the rare and magic nodes, and we've just made them generically more useful. So you think about two-handed bludgeoning damage on the barbarian is okay, I guess I can only benefit if I'm doing this one very specific thing. And we've just opened that up to say damage, right? That's going to scale everything across your character as opposed to while you're doing this sort of obscure thing. So we think that feels a lot better. We've also just sort of taken a look at what are the affixes we're giving, fucking potion healing. like, I know you're all going to be really sad. I know you're all super sad to see
You're
that
the only one.
we've taken potion healing out, but we've just changed it to healing received. We've also just taken a look at things like damage reduction from dots and made it damage reduction. So it should be a lot more generically useful, and those boards should feel a lot more punchy and open-ended, which we really like. And that's sort of doubling down on the spirit of what we've done with Season 4 itemization, right? Just sort of taking back some of these conditional things that aren't necessarily adding a ton of value to your build identity, and just opening things up. And then the next thing we've done is we talked about redistributing some of the power on those glyphs, and we've taken a look at all of our nodes, all of magic and rare nodes, and we've just buffed all of them. So we've doubled all the additive bonuses on rare and magic nodes. We've increased the damage reduction values by about 1.5x, so they should feel a lot more chunky. And as you're journeying through Paragon, right, it should feel like you have more options than to just bum rush every glyph, socket, and every legendary node. There should be some pretty punchy, like, damage sources that you can get, damage reduction sources you can get. We've also done things like all the resistance nodes you have on the Paragon board actually give max resistance as well now. So it's pretty powerful.
Yeah.
We've done a lot of changes there. So this is one of the first steps we're taking to really improve the Paragon system with the new sort of philosophy of, like, we want you to pick what boards you want. And we expect to be updating more in the future.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think that this harkens back to what we were just saying, which is that, you know, it's really fun for all of your sources of power to be meaningful. And so we're basically just taking, like, the tons and tons of power that was in glyphs and kind of slightly redistributing it to Paragon. So going through your Paragon board is just more interesting and fun.
Definitely. Cool.
Next up, we got, I think, Infernal Hordes.
Yes.
Yeah, so if you remember, Infernal Hordes was under construction during the PTR as we were fitting in, like, how does this going to work with the greater equipment chest, turning it into ancestral items. And there are three things that we really wanted to tackle as a part of this release, right? Infernal Hordes is an eternal game mode, so we wanted to take the learnings we got from Season 5 and apply it to this next update. So one of the things we saw was that loot was just dominating the reward landscape here. Like, getting 200 legendaries from one source of activity is cool for Season 5, and it's the brand new activity for Season 5. That's awesome, but we wanted to just readjust it, refit it back in. We still have the Codex of Power that lets you store all these legendary powers, so we felt like we wanted to take more of a quality over quantity approach here. And one of the things that was sort of frustrating about that quality miss was that you didn't really have a way to reliably target those unique items that were coming out of Infernal Hordes. If you think about it, you had to open a chest and just hope that you were going to get one of the unique items out of this chest. And that sort of led to a frustrating and tedious reward flow where you're just constantly opening up these 28th of chests over and over and over. I know I've spent, probably more time opening the material chest than actually...
I mean, I think that's everyone's favorite pastime, of just, like, running around the material chest.
Like, the cooldown on the chest, like, oh my god, just give me my fucking shit. So it takes forever. So we've taken a look at, how we're going to actually deliver these keys. We've taken them out of the crafting system, but they're not too rare. They're just uncommonly found throughout the world. We want this to be like an oh shit moment when the key drops, just because you're going to get a ton of XP from killing the hordes. You're going to get a ton of materials and a ton of items as well. So we think that will make the keys feel a lot more interesting, and it's not going to bloat your inventory as much, and you really want to use them when you get them. So the next part here is, if we could go back to the slide, if we could go to Infernal
Hordes. There we go.
The council boss, no matter what, as long as you kill that council, they're going to drop dungeon boss loot, which is going to be legendaries, crafting materials, gold, etc., on top of the Infernal Horde unique items, and that's going to scale with Torment. So guaranteed, every single time you kill that council, you are going to get unique items that are specific to Infernal Hordes.
That's great, because those Infernal Horde uniques are pretty sick.
Definitely. So no more waiting at the chest to get that drop. It's just going to happen. And it feels a lot more like the boss ladder, where it's like, okay, I want to get Infernal Horde unique items. I'm going to be able to reliably get those and get a pull at the sort of slot machine there. And then the next thing here is we've updated the chests. So the chests of greater equipment are going to drop the scrolls of restoration or retempering. So you're going to be able to get them reliably from the Infernal Hordes, not just the Dark Citadel. And that should feel pretty meaty and good. And then we've also guaranteed some amount of ancestral items from that greater equipment chest. And ancestral items are very much more coveted than just greater affix items. So that should feel pretty meaty. And then the chest of materials is now just going to convert all your Aether into materials. You don't have to like constantly open the chest.
No running around.
Turn it into a bunch of masterworking materials, gems. It should feel a lot more snappy and, less time looting, more time playing. And the gold chest is the same.
Yeah, because just gives you punch.
Next up, I know we have the reward stuff. We kind of spoiled it. What the hell? But, so we can just skip this because everyone's already seen it.
So rewards, this is just a bunch of miscellaneous tuning and making the game feel better and more rewarding. Right? So we've significantly increased the ancestral drop rate from Nightmare Dungeons and Whispers. Thank you to the person who ran 1,000 Nightmare Dungeons.
Oh my God.
Definitely fixed the problem there, and that should feel a lot more rewarding. We've also added just experience to the Nightmare Dungeon completion, which just feels better as you're grinding that Paragon. Also, while you're leveling up, it's like a pretty good hit of XP. And then we've also done miscellaneous buffs to just miscellaneous things. So Hellborn will drop loot, Butcher is going to drop a guaranteed axe, I believe, a Butcher's axe. The World Boss, Treasure Goblins, those are all going to drop a lot better loot. It's also going to scale with Torment, which should feel good.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense for these, like, I guess the Hellborn's not exactly a random encounter, and just the World Boss, but like the Butcher and the Treasure Goblin, these like big meaty encounters, like it makes sense for like these to occur, and you're like, give me like good loot, because this is uncommon, this doesn't happen that frequently, I want it to be amazing.
It's an exciting moment, and the loot should reflect that.
Yeah.
I love that loot explosion.
Yeah, with Treasure Goblin.
Get a little bit of everything.
Nothing beats finding a Treasure Goblin at like level 5.
Yeah.
You're just chasing it around using your like basic attack.
Yeah, and it guarantee drops legendary no matter what level you are. So it should feel pretty good. The next thing here is we really love how players, or how you all have sort of embraced the Stronghold experience bonus. We've actually just done that across the game. So campaign feels really good in terms of experience granted. Side quests should feel really good, especially in Nahantu. But what we saw with the Stronghold experience in the PTR is that 2 levels felt a little bit aggressive and like sort of forced you to do Strongholds over and over and over. We've just pared that back down to 1.25 levels, which is still really meaty. Like you're getting an entire level from doing these. It's really fulfilling what we had hoped Strongholds were going to provide, which is an alternative means to level. If you want to ride around the open world and do a bunch of Strongholds, that's absolutely a viable way to level up now. We think that like all the quest content in general just feels a lot better because they're a lot more generous there. The other change I'll note here is that a bulk of that experience is going to be from killing the boss, and it's a first-time reward. So that means you're not going to be able to sort of, cheese running Strongholds over and over and over.
Thank you, Rax, for showing that with your friends from your chat that did that in 20 minutes. We most definitely watched.
Hey, it was a good video. I mean, in all fairness.
Cool. And then the next one here is we heard a ton of feedback that rare and magic items just felt like they're adding a lot of noise to Torment. We're dropping a lot more of them. Now they just get auto-salvaged in Torment. Hooray. So,
get them out of here.
Yeah, get them out. And then the next one is just a nice quality of life. The Paragon glyphs now drop from the pit. So when you're doing a bunch of pit runs, you're also going to be getting glyphs. It just means you don't really have to like go out and do other things if you have a bunch of keys for the pit.
Yeah, I mean that's really nice too because theoretically you could enter the pit and not actually have a glyph, but now you will. So you can find one and level up if that's what happens.
Awesome, and I know last but not least we have kind of itemization and craft. This is some big stuff here that I know will excite players for sure.
Yeah, so one of the things we've heard a ton from the player base and you all is that I wish I could make a mythic unique deterministically. If I do everything in a season, if I kill Uber Lilith, if I do the season's journey, I want to be able to get a mythic unique. And we saw this as an opportunity to essentially create an identity between the rune crafting of mythic uniques and the blacksmith. We moved it from the alchemist to the blacksmith version of crafting mythic uniques. So now what you're going to be able to do is you're going to be able to take 2 resplendent sparks to the blacksmith and get a random mythic unique. That means no matter what, as long as you do everything in the season, you're going to get a mythic unique. And if you take those resplendent sparks and you decide, I really want a specific mythic unique, you'll be able to take a set of runes and actually pick which one.
Right.
And what that does is the runes are a lot more flexible. They can be traded. You can also get some incremental progress, right? Because they drop a lot more frequently than Mythic Unique or Sparks in general. So what this means is you now have 2 really clear means to sort of target Mythic Uniques, and you now have a guaranteed way to make a Mythic Unique at the end of a season, which we think will feel really good.
Something that's kind of cool about that is that it gives runes this like intrinsic trade value, which I kind of love.
Yeah.
Like they have this big purpose. towards crafting one of the best items in the game, which is really cool.
Yeah.
I finally can get my Starless Skies.
Yeah. Right.
Cool. And then the next one here is you're going to be getting a lot of salvage in Torment because everything's getting auto-salvaged. So we figured, you know what, we should probably give you some purpose and value to that salvage. And now you can take it to the blacksmith and forge random legendary equipment at the blacksmith.
Yeah, this is huge.
I love this change.
And it also has a chance to be unique or mythic and sometimes ancestral. So it's definitely a great place to dump all that salvage, excess salvage that you have. And then the next one here is more just sort of a quality of life and nicety. We added runes, and we're putting way more sockets on gear.
Yeah.
We just allowed you to add sockets to gear with just the general salvage material. You don't need scattered prisms anymore. Scattered prisms are required for ancestral items, and that just essentially means, I'm missing a socket. You can easily add one. And then the next one here is mostly a quality of life for alt characters, but the jeweler no longer has a level requirement to engage with the jeweler. Previously on the PTR, you had to trade gear to your main character, add a socket. It was super tedious, and we just made it not like that.
Awesome. So tons of big changes coming across a multitude of systems within D4, thanks to a lot of great feedback that we got from all the players within the community, content creators, etc. So thank you guys so much for that. Thank you, Colin, for walking us through that. Next up, we want to talk about some of the class changes and everything. And so Charles here is going to walk us through it.
Yeah, I'd love to talk about some of the class changes that we saw in the PTR. Once again, I wanted to thank all of the players who gave a lot of detailed feedback, a lot of data on how classes were performing, all the different builds, and the new items, new effects, and all that kind of stuff, new skills. It's been really helpful in helping to make sure that we make all our class designs as fun and engaging as possible. I do want to say that this patch is huge. There's lots of changes. As I said, a lot of new class stuff, but a lot of new system stuff across the whole game. And so we do expect some level of volatility here. And when a lot of things change, there's a lot of unknowns. And so that's just the mindset we're approaching this patch with. And what I'm going to be talking about here is not a complete detailed list of everything that we've changed from the PTR to live. It's just kind of some samples and kind of talking through our learnings and what we saw on the class design team and what we're thinking about. And so make sure you check out the full patch notes once we're done with the stream.
Yeah, they did talk about it.
And also, if you, a lot of the changes came in the PTR initially, so definitely check out those if you're unfamiliar, because there's tons of class changes there as well.
Get engaged to the jeweler.
So starting with the Barbarian, we generally saw that Barbarian class was a little bit too weak on the PTR, and I think even on Season 5, I think it's just generally considered a little too weak. Historically, though, it's been one of our stronger classes, but in recent seasons, it's fallen a little bit on harder times. So a lot of our focus here is buffs to some underutilized skills and legendaries and uniques. So we've got updates to Upheaval to make it just a little bit more punchy, hits a little bit harder. We've got updates to some of the uniques that talk to other core skills, like Hammer of the Ancients and Double Swing, to give them a little bit more damage boost as well. And finally, there's a buff to the Martial Vigor passive. That is a passive in the skill tree that gives you some damage reduction from elite enemies, including bosses. And it might seem pretty small on paper, it's just 4% to 6%, but for every skill rank you have in that, you get that much more. And really, when you're fighting the late game tormented bosses and high torment tiers, it's going to be a pretty noticeable amount of survivability against those boss fights for barbarians.
Yeah, those passive skills add up really quickly when you start getting a bunch of ranks in them and stuff, so for sure.
Absolutely. Moving on to the Druid, we also think the Druid was a little bit on the weaker end of the classes.
Nice.
I think there was a few bugs on the PTR that we're addressing as we go live. Where some of their effects, specifically in the Paragon, and some of the key passives weren't quite working exactly how we intended. So they might have been a little bit weaker due to that on the PTR specifically. So we're definitely addressing those. I also wanted to talk about Nature's Fury. This is a key passive that whenever you cast an Earth or Storm skill, there's a chance to cast the same skill to cast a skill of the opposite type. And this was causing some unintended interactions with one of the unique items, the Earthbreaker ring, that ended up proccing or triggering Nature's Fury way more often than we intended. That's because we have this concept of casts, where you actually need to press the button and then, hey, you did one cast. And whenever we do something like auto casts, which is like, hey, I triggered a free skill with Nature's Fury, that shouldn't kind of recursively trigger or trigger the other effects that are looking for casts. But in that particular interaction it was, and so we've fixed that interaction, but then thrown some pretty big buffs to those items and the things affected in that build. We still expect those kind of things, especially landslide builds that use this a lot, to still be very powerful builds going forward. But we just didn't want that one particular unintended interaction to be happening.
And that kind of overshines, all the builds, right? When you have like one build that's, crazy over, the top. So
exactly, yeah. Especially whenever there's one build that's so dominant, it really makes it feel like, hey, I'm playing the class wrong if I'm not doing this, and that's not something that we want. We want you to be able to play all the different ways of playing the classes and feel like it's a valid and viable choice to compete or to complete the game. Some of the other changes on Druid as well, we've got some updates to Great Staff of the Crone. This is one of my favorite items that lets your Claw and Storm Strike build kind of synergize really nicely. We've got just a lot more damage on Werewolf skills through the Lust for Carnage Paragon node, basically the same functionality, but just added 50% bonus damage there. We saw Werewolves was particularly falling behind. And an update to the Untamed Legendary Paragon node. This is the new one that talks to companion skills. Previously, it just gave skill ranks, which kind of fell off as you got a lot of skill ranks. Now it's just multiplicative damage, and I'm really looking forward to seeing some companion druids in the new season, especially with the new key passive. All right, moving on to the Necromancer. So the Necromancer is a class that I think we saw a lot of variety for like blood, bone, and shadow builds. A lot of those were competing very well, but a Necromancer is really all about minions, right? And unfortunately, we saw minion builds really falling behind from where we want. And we know that minion builds are like the most appealing part of a Necromancer. And so on the class design team, we're really committed to making sure that minion Necromancer is good. And we're going to see some massive buffs to this patch, and we're going to continue monitoring to make sure that the minion fantasy is really a powerful and compelling one. We also saw that Necromancer was one of the squishier classes. It had a little bit less defensive oomph than we really wanted. And so we've made some updates here to Reap. It's going to give a little bit longer damage reduction, just makes that a little bit more usable for that function. Same with Necrotic Fortitude, gives a little bit more barrier. This is kind of a passive barrier generation, so just a little bit more survivability in that late game. And then the rest of it here is just talking about minion buffs, right? We've got Kalen's Edict, the key passive. This is going to, previously it just gave you attack speed for your minions. Now it's also going to give you bonus multiplicative damage for all your minions. A bunch of the legendaries and uniques that talked to minions, like Ring of Mendeln and Shade Mist, that damage is now properly attributed to your minions rather than the Necromancer themselves, which means if you have bonus Golem damage, for instance, and your Golem triggers Ring of Mendeln, it's now going to benefit properly, and it's going to be multiplied up by those multipliers. So pretty big buffs for those legendaries and uniques.
Yeah, that's a lot of power for sure.
Oh, absolutely. So moving on, we've got next class, we'll talk about the Rogue. I think the Rogue in general was performing pretty well across the board in the PTR. I think we got a lot of positive feedback, like, hey, yeah, Rogue feels great. Like just,
spin to win.
Yes, spin to win. The Dance of Knives skill in particular.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I was really happy with where Dance of Knives landed as the new skill. It found a lot of use in a variety of builds, and people have a lot of fun playing with it. We did notice a little bit of the melee-focused builds with Flurry and Twisting Blades falling behind just a little bit. So a few of our changes here are focused on enhancing the legendaries that talk to those two, Encircling Blades and Blade Dancers. In terms of key passives, we saw Victimize did have a bug that caused its damage scaling to be higher than intended. And so we have fixed that math calculation on how it kind of scales damage based on other damage. Because it was really just a little bit too dominant. And now we think with this update, it'll still be a competitive choice, but it won't completely outshine every other key passive on the Rogue. And some nice little buffs here to Rain of Arrows, just to make it work a little bit better with imbuement skills. Love me some Rain of Arrows. It's a very flashy skill, especially with all those colors with the imbuements on it. All right, and finally, the Sorcerer. The Sorcerer was definitely the strongest class I think we saw on the PTR by a fair margin.
Just a little bit,
It was quite strong. People were having a lot of fun with Sorcerer builds, especially with the new key passive Enlightenment. And Enlightenment had an issue where it's all about alternating skill casts. So, okay, you cast a fire skill, you cast a lightning skill, you cast a cold skill, and you get these stacks really quickly. Unfortunately, it was stacking up
Dogs.
unintentionally from some of those auto casts that we were talking about earlier with Nature's Fury, where when you trigger bonus casts from like unstable currents, it was actually ramping up the Enlightenment way too fast. And so we fixed that interaction, but we think, despite that, Enlightenment is still one of the strongest key passives of sort. So it just brings it down a little bit, but we still think this is going to be a really powerful and compelling new key passive to play with once we go live. Two other changes here with the Flame Scar and Oculus uniques. This is kind of adding in this chance to deal double damage affixes for Incinerate and Teleport respectively. This harkens back to what I talked about on the PTR stream, where we're adding these multiplicative damage bonuses into tempering for weapons. And of course, we can't temper onto unique items, but for a lot of the unique items that are about very specific skills, such as Flame Scar and Oculus, we've taken a pass to add in some of these affixes that enhance those skills in multiplicative ways to really make sure that Incinerate gets the same benefit from using that unique as opposed to just a legendary that you would temper this affix onto anyway.
It's a massive buff.
Yes, absolutely
Incinerate
massive.
Size is like, I had to like pull out a ruler. Like, is it actually?
Is it working?
Incinerate size and Teleport size maybe not the most compelling affix. Now you just get some of this multiplicative damage. If somebody wants to make an Oculus build where most of the damage comes from Teleport, that's going to be awesome. We'll see if you can manage to make that work.
I love that idea. Oh my god.
I already have a build page saved.
Ooh, I'll have to see that. Yeah.
Nice.
Once again, I just wanted to thank everyone for all the great feedback. We on the class design team in particular are always reading and listening to feedback on how you're playing the classes, what builds you're finding fun, what things are over or underpowered. We listen to it, we read your feedback, we watch the videos that you make. We really appreciate all of it, and it really helps us to make the game as best as possible.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Charles, for walking us through all the changes coming for class design. It's actually not all the changes that we saw right here. As Charles mentioned, we do have patch notes actually going live after this stream. And I will caveat, you will see 2.0.1 patch notes, and you'll see 2.0.2 patch notes. So there's 202 and 201. 202 is actually not on like people's PCs yet. You haven't preloaded that. That is going to be the last update you'll need to grab before we jump into launch for Vessel of Hatred. But you will get all the patch notes after the stream, so you can dig through all the class changes that we didn't cover and all the ins and outs of it between now and what we had for PTR. So last but not least, we have rune words. So I think we're going to jump straight into it. So Anthony, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, awesome feedback. We got lots of different things that came in, and we've heard multiple times a couple different things with the rune words that really just people kept repeating over and over again, really mostly stemming down to two major issues with the whole system. And so previously we had on the PTR, we had the legendary runes that were a lot stronger, because you want to reach that point eventually to where you get the powerful runes and then you play the game that way. Well, that was kind of outshining a lot of the other possibilities and like the idea that we had with the runes where you're mixing and matching, creating different combinations. So what we are ending up doing now is we are taking that top end and we're going to bring it down. And then on the flip side, the second thing that we heard a lot of is those bottom runes, I don't want to say bottom runes, the magic and rare runes that you find a little earlier, especially those runes of ritual, where those are the ones where you're actually like doing things to gain offering to then invoke those runes of invocation, those powers that you have. Those were intentionally a bit lower so that you have some progress, but it felt like when you get them, it wasn't enough. You didn't get to really feel those runes happen and pop off when you get them. So on the other side, we are taking that bottom end and bringing it up. So together, we're kind of, I don't want to say flattening out, but we are making it a lot more options for the players to really have choices throughout your whole journey rather than just a linear, get the stronger one, and then obviously it's stronger. And what this will also do, and the focus on this, is to also make those utility runes really, really potent and really pop off, and a lot more visual things to happen. And then finally, we removed a couple runes that weren't quite meeting our expectations. We have this thing that we say every once in a while, which is like condense the fun, and we want to make that like the ideal situation where we have the runes that we have are the ones that are cool and fun, and not like over bloated with just a bunch of things that don't always like meet those expectations.
Yeah, we want you to have lots of options, and we don't want individual runes or effects to really overshadow everything else. But that does mean that we want to make sure that all the options are really compelling. And so ones that aren't meeting our bar, we just would rather take them out rather than leave them in.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think we're always going to be adding to the rune system.
Of course.
Right? So we want to leave ourselves the space. We didn't want to water down the pool with things like the lightning bolt effect rune. It's like that didn't really have, it was an evolutionary dead ends. We didn't necessarily have any way to juice that up. So we want when a rune drops for it to feel like, oh, there's this new toy I can play with, right?
It's important that every choice in the rune system is meaningful. Like every possible rune you can take or combination, like there's something there, right?
Yeah, you want to feel it for sure, and it doesn't want to be something that you just like, oh, I got this rune, and it's like, well, let me find another one. So, all right, so here's some examples of some of the big outliers. We heard lots of feedback around these two, especially that Warcry rune. So while it was giving Berserking to everyone, it was a big power bonus. And so we're going to bring that down a little bit by it's no longer going to give that that enhanced version. It's just the baseline version, so it no longer gives Berserking to all players. That does mean it still works for Barbarians because that is their skill. They should still be able to gain that power as they would expect. And then down with the Yam, which is that Druid Petrify. The rune itself is not changing. What's actually changing is on Druids themselves, their ultimate there is no longer going to give that critical bonus baseline. It's not going to be the enhanced version. So if you want that as a Druid, you can still get that big, powerful critical damage bonus. But now that baseline is going to be that big stun, that big AoE moment that you see everything on the screen freeze, and also just juice you up with a bunch of resource. And this is general like class resource. So unlike what it'll say for the Druid is it says their spirit goes up. On the rune, it says it is your resource, so everyone gets this huge, big moment where you can kind of reset. So
if I'm a sorcerer, it doesn't generate spirit; it generates mana.
Yes, you don't just get a second bubble that then fills up with spirit.
Suddenly you're a druid.
That'd be weird. Yeah.
I like that this puts a lot more emphasis on the utility of runes, which is sort of what we had been originally intending, right? Not every choice is going to be a multiplicative damage source. So you should have a lot more options. It's more focused on utility.
Yeah, absolutely.
And stealing other classes' power.
Yeah, obviously multiplicative damage is probably the single strongest thing you can do in an ARPG. And just when we noticed these ones were really those ones that are overshadowing every other option, we still think those will find a great niche for the builds that want it, but they won't be the only choice that no one else can use anything else for.
Absolutely. All right, so here's some examples. Again, I want to preface, this is not all of them. There are a bunch of changes. You guys will see them in the patch notes as we had already talked about. But some of the big ones that I wanted to show off here. So Spiritborn Vortex, that's the one that pulls everyone in. You group everything together. That is going to be almost, you're going to be able to get that off almost twice as often as it was before. So you're combine that in with something that has some grindy damage in the middle, and you're going to be just having this pop off all the time, as well as so we call them sub powers. Those are things like the Sorcerer Meteorites or like the Barbarian Earthquakes. Those things that happen based on other things, but they create like another power that comes out. We are juicing those up a lot more. So these should be some of the most powerful versions of these sub-powers in the game from these runes. And as you can see here, Meteorites is jumping up a whole bunch, as well as the offering cost is going down, so you're going to be able to summon a lot more of these as well. And then one of the other things I saw feedback was around the Se rune. I don't know exactly how to say it myself. I'll have to ask you even about that after this. But where you summon spirit wolves, and they didn't feel as they didn't feel as impactful because their AI was not as poppy as, like, say, the Necromancer's minions running around a lot more quickly. So we adjusted that, and so we're gonna have a video coming up here in a second, and we can see. So now you're gonna summon those wolves. They're going to pop up and do their attack. And if you jump to the next pack, they're going to jump forward. Except this is going to happen a lot more frequently than before. So now if you, say, fight that pack, jump to the next one, every time those wolves are going to just keep jumping and keep leaping. And this works in ranged as well. So if you're fighting some enemy over here to the left, and you you attack them, your wolves are going to jump immediately over there. And then if you switch to this other group on the right, those wolves are going to jump across the screen because we've also increased that aggro range as well for that.
Yeah, they feel a lot more responsive, and like, even in that clip, we saw them jump into the pack at basically the same time we did, right?
Yeah.
They are right there with you. They're not lagging behind, and that's always like the worst feeling when, like, hey, some of this thing, where are they? What are they doing?
They're like they're a mile away.
They're no longer lazy dogs.
Yeah, they were tired. They were tired.
Tired little pups, you know? And then here's some examples of those runes of ritual. Again, those are the ones that are generating this offering. And so these are mostly going to be changes to those magic and rare runes, where we've taken that offering they give and we've really knocked it up to be a lot closer to where those legendary versions of these are. And that should hopefully give us a lot more options when it comes to deciding which combination of which runes that we are using. So
it also just means things are a lot more reliable. Like, you're actually getting procs way more often with these buffs.
Yeah, you actually get to see the fun happen, right? See those effects happen a little bit more often.
Yeah, so tons of rune changes that are coming. And as Anthony mentioned, there's way more details in the actual patch notes themselves, so people can check that out after the stream, along with all the class changes, the system changes, the progression changes. It's all detailed out there for players specifically.
You know, I had one thing, because I think we might have forgotten it, and I'm very concerned about monitor violence.
Oh, yes.
We heard a lot of people wanted to punch their monitors.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
When you get a greater affix on impairment resistance. So, as monitor enthusiasts, we've just removed that from the affix pool.
Yes.
So please don't.
Please don't. Less punching of monitors.
Save the monitors, please.
And one thing I do want to call out on RuneWords, we actually, funny enough, we got a lot of feedback about players saying, like, hey, we noticed like different art on some of the classic runes that they may have seen from like back in D2. That art has been updated to match what you saw in D2. So
harkens back.
Yes, yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, shout out to the history of runes there for everyone. So thank you guys for jumping into this. And I will say, like, this team is going to be staying vigilant through the launch of Vessel of Hatred with our live ops teams here. Shout out to our live ops team who will be helping us out through multitudes of patches, hot fixes. We're going to be paying attention to the community and hearing all the feedback that players have, and we'll be jumping on a lot of the big things that we do notice and we do want to jump kind of address earlier on, especially right after launch. So our cadence is going to be quick. So do expect that. We'll be posting all notes, all hotfix notes, etc. Whenever they do come up. So thank you guys again for joining us today to talk about the PTR learnings. Next up, we actually are going to start talking about the next season coming to Diablo 4, which is Season 6, and that will actually start with the launch of Vessel of Hatred. We're going to do another quick mic swap, musical chairs thing. Maybe we turn on Benny Hill music or something like that. But we'll be right back here with our next group to talk about Season 6.
Changes. Oh boy. Is it way too loud? Turn it down more. Not right. that alright? Did have it at max volume. Better? Still. Got some grass now on the doggo. First. Oh. Dang, there's our dancing demon. Jim, go. Anything I want? Faces. Will they show Battle Pass? I'm not sure. Maybe. Battle Pass is sick. You can watch this all day. So going with no music. This is how Ryan dances.
All right,
with
we're
Tails and
back.
Mark. Yes.
Sorry for that. I'm glad you guys got to watch Dancing Demons and everything like that and see our release date map. But we're back here to talk about Season 6. This is the new season coming with the launch of Vessel of Hatred. And I'm joined by this wonderful group here. Brent, who we already know, our game director here. But Tim, Don, do you want to introduce yourselves?
Yes, my name is Tim Ismay. I am one of the lead producers on Diablo 4. I mostly work on seasons.
I'm Don Adams. I'm the lead season designer for Season 6, the Season of Hatred Rising.
Also known as Content Supervisor.
Also known as Content Supervisor.
There you go.
From time to time.
There we go. Awesome. So, as Don just mentioned here, Season 6 is Season of Hatred Rising. Tim, do you want to explain to us what Hatred Rising, or Brent?
Yeah, I'll take this one.
Okay.
Yeah, so when we started off with this, we really knew we wanted to make sure that we were launching a brand new season right alongside of Vessel of Hatred. We wanted that to be day and date. So like continuity was really important to us. And so the idea that the hatred of Mephisto and Nahantu is spilling out into the rest of Sanctuary was kind of the anchor that we're holding on to, and we started talking about what that would mean to make a whole season around that.
Awesome. And I know with kind of like what players hearing Hatred Rising, they're hearing about, you know, Mephisto and his hatred potentially leaking out into Nahantu, maybe the rest of Sanctuary. Like, what can players expect with this actual season?
Yeah, so a lot of actually what is going to be the core of Season 6 and the Season 6 experience, players have already gotten exposed to. So anybody who's playing on the PTR has been reading about the changes we put up there. Fundamental to the release of Vessel of Hatred, Season 6 brings big changes where every single class is going to gain access to new skill points. They're going to gain new skills across all the classes. They're going to gain more Paragon points, new legendary Paragon glyphs. These are all changes that are being added to the base of the game, meaning you do not need to have Vessel of Hatred to gain access to these. You also will still have access to these after Season 6. These are permanent changes to the game. On top of that, we got the standard new legendary aspects. We have new unique items and new mythic items, crazy powerful mythic items that are going to unlock just new levels of power that were not possible before in the game. Now, to go along with this power, we will be adding these new difficulty levels that, again, we saw on PTR. So you have the ability to challenge these new levels of power. I want to say that it's all going to even out well. Honestly, despite the tireless efforts of our designers, just constant trying to get that balance just right based on all the feedback that comes in, I know that maybe it'll be out for a day before someone's posting a video and saying, oh, look at this, I do 1 trillion damage. And it'll go all over the internet. Like, I've never seen numbers this big. And that's, yeah. But we tried to get it there. You're going to see crazy builds. Those are going to link into new difficulties that were never there before to try and all this new content.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I know all these things that players got to experience a little bit in PTR. They got to see it. They got to check it out early. But of course, there is more kind of associated with this specific season. So, Don, do you want to talk a little bit more about what players can also see beyond what Tim kind of walked through?
Yeah, absolutely. So, as we mentioned, this is the season of hatred rising. So we really wanted to theme it around Mephisto's hatred creeping out of Nahantu and into the rest of the world. So let's go ahead and take a look at our visual aid here.
Beautiful.
I was promised
official documents.
I was promised that this would be turned into real art when I sent this over. I didn't think we'd be showing this, but hopefully this will all make sense by the end of the presentation. Just for now, just take it in.
There you go. Yeah, everyone
beautiful.
loves designer art.
It's funny because I know what this
core
is.
to all our live streams that we do.
I love it.
Art by Don Adams here. So
yeah, and frankly, I think it speaks for itself. I don't really know that there's much more to say. But let's go on and go ahead to the next slide here, and let's take a look at some real art to get you ready for the season here.
There you go. You guys know what that is.
This is, of course, amazing key art from Dave Raposa. I just love kicking that demon in the face. That's makes me happy every time I see it. Let's go ahead and move on to the next slide, and I'll get into some actual details about how this stuff shows up in the world, what you're going to be looking for when you're hunting these guys down. So you're going to see these hatred rising zone events that cycle frequently throughout the world. When these are up, everything in that area is going to be corrupted by hatred. You're going to be seeing environmental changes, lighting changes. The monsters will actually have, kind of hatred gummy goop on them. You can be ambushed from portals randomly. And really all this is just setting the stage for the Realm Walker. So you'll have a separate event icon that'll let you know when the Realm Walker is going to be up. It's a world event, so it'll be in that list on the map with other, like world bosses and Legion events and stuff. And we have some video here to kind of show you what it looks like. Actually, I think we have another slide about the Realm Walker first, sorry. Yeah, so this is what he looks like in game. He's awesome. These are just big, hulking kind of monstrosities stomping around, just spreading Mephisto's hatred. They summon in monsters from a plane of hell through this portal on their back. And a lot of the monsters they summon, most of them are actually new monsters from Vessel of Hatred of the Hollows family, which are super cool and gross. So I think now we can take a look at what it actually looks like in game. So here's some players waiting for him to spawn. He starts burrowed like that, and you can kind of click the portal to summon some stuff to fight while you're getting warmed up here. I just love these enemies. I think they're so cool, the Hollows.
On the end of what?
So he busts out of the ground, and this is actually, we want to do something new with this event. And lean into the fantasy of this giant thing just like stomping around. So it's actually a walking world event. He has several different paths he can take throughout each area. He walks through the zone, and as he walks, he just leaves this, chaos behind him in his wake. He's summoning tons of hollows, and if you get in front of him, he just punts you out of the way and keeps going. You actually can't even damage him directly in this phase, but if you kill enough of the adds that he's spawning, it'll create these bloodbound guardians. Killing these will shave some of the HP off of the Realm Walker. So when he reaches the end of his path and you can actually fight him, you'll have less HP to burn through. So this is a nice way to incentivize actually participating, sticking around for all this chaos. Obviously lots of XP and whatnot from the mobs as well. So this is the the event that he kicks off when he actually gets to his destination. When you interrupt this ritual by destroying all of these destructible hatred spires, that's when you'll actually be able to fight him directly. And I think we're going to see that here very quickly. This is a really cool encounter. There's just lots of, he has a big smashy attacks. He sprays a lot of damage everywhere. Okay, so they've taken him down. And when he dies, that weird portal on his back drops down and stays open. And there's only really one thing to do with a weird portal.
Yeah, you go in the portal. That's your option. So
that's what portals are made for.
Successfully killing the Realm Walker, taking down this massive demon, finally grants you your reward of more demons. So you're going to go into the Seething Realm. This is part of the Mephisto's area of hell. So you are going to have to continue fighting in here. It is not a barren landscape, but the demons you fight in here comparatively, if you were strong enough to take down a Realm Walker, don't be too worried. I think you're going to be able to manage the demons inside of the Seething Realm as well. This dungeon is a little bit more of a reward dungeon. So once you get in here, you're fighting your way through to get specific buffs at the end of it. So if we want, we can jump into the video here. Yeah, this is the first section. And this part, you're just kind of mowing through some of these smaller guys. You're really just looking for a specific gate here. There's a portal that you're going to be activating and making an important choice there about which section of the Seething Realm you go into. Here it is. This is the gate here. So you're going to click on this. You now have options. Based on a few consumables that you can put in, you can go into sections that are more focused on equipment bonus, a gold bonus, you can get a socketable bonus. You can get more endgame items with like compasses and
this is good for
boss
early
materials.
game too.
So you're going to pick one of these and decide that's the section I want to go into. You're going to get some drops similar to that in this section of the dungeon. But more importantly, this is going to set you up for the type of buff you want to get at the end of the dungeon. So again, this is not an empty area. You are going to have to fight through it. You're going to encounter more hollows in here, some more elites. All of this leading up to a chest at the end. Here's your reward. So finally, you just click on this, you get your reward. Just kidding. Yeah, of course it's a cursed event.
Of course.
You're gonna have to fight even more demons. Nothing's free in hell. This is just how you got to do it. So you fight your way through some more elites, but don't worry, I believe in you. You can get through this. If you kill the last guy, there's one more there. Take him down. Come on, you can get it. All right. So he goes down. Now you get your prizes. You're going to open these chests. There's a variety of loot that you get, but one specific item that you're looking for in here, which is going to be a seething opal. So these little, there they are, yeah, little seething opals. They got a little seasonal marker on them. This is special to Season 6. When you get these, you're going to take a look here. This is going to be a buff you get based on the one that you chose. There are some fundamentals you always get. So a seething opal always gives you a 15% bonus to experience. This is especially cool because it stacks with elixirs. You can have an elixir and a seething opal active at the same time. That's a huge bonus. On top of that, any seething opal that you use is going to allow you to now get reputation with the remnants of the Zakaru. Don will talk about that more in just a second, but that's going to be the reputation track for Season 6. And then beyond that, you will get a bonus depending on which portal you went through, which section of the Seething Realm you decided to go into. Here we go. Yeah, if you want to snapshot this, anybody who's screenshotting, these are some of the bonuses you can get. As you can see on here, you're getting maybe more items, maybe more gold, more socketables. So these bonuses are going to occur while fighting anything while having this buff active. So equipment, as an example, maybe I wanted more items to be dropping. When you kill monsters, there's a chance that they're going to drop a cache that is going to give you some additional loot. And if you're playing content in, let's say, further in the end game, that monsters don't traditionally drop loot, not to worry, we've adjusted that as well. If you play through the pit, as an example, we have added an additional drop at the end of the pit, again, that procs based on which seething opal that you chose. There are a couple up here at the end. The socketable one I should mention, that one is special to, you do have to have Vessel of Hatred for that one. This one is more for people that are trying to get more runes. So, obviously you need to have Vessel of Hatred to get runes, so that's what's going to make this valuable to you.
But it's cool to also see like boss summoning items on here. Infernal compasses as well. Infernal compasses themselves are going to be very valuable because it's as Colin was mentioning before.
I didn't see the Socketables one.
Like we saw what you can end up getting in infernal hordes and everything like that. That you it's just another opportunity to get more compasses for getting in there.
Yeah, Seething Opal of Torment, I think is great.
I think that grape flavored opal is going to be very popular.
the grape one is going to be pretty popular. And a question I just quickly saw, because you mentioned stacking with elixirs, does it also stack with incense?
Yes, it will stack with incense.
There you go. So that's a triple stack of XP right there, which is
Easy, 1 to 60.
So that's awesome. So obviously, like we're seeing the rewards here, and one thing that you had mentioned, which was the Zac Room remnants. Like, what, Don? Can you talk to us a little bit about kind of what that progression track is going to be?
Yeah, sure. So these are the Zac Room remnants. You've probably seen these guys in Hawazar. These are the Crusaders with the rusty armor that have just been kind of bumming around since they failed to find Akarat's tomb. They have a very personal connection with Mephisto. He of course destroyed basically the Zac Room order many years ago, and at this time they're still just not really ready to stand up and fight this at full force. Right? They've been dealing with cultists, and they're just not at their full strength. So. You'll meet this Crusader right at the start of the season, who will give you a very simple intro quest, basically, to guide you to kill a Realm Walker, clear a Seething Realm, and he'll be your point of contact for reputation rewards following that. So, basically, we built this in a way that, with the opals giving rep for all sorts of different activities, the idea is that you can, go and kind of do whatever you want to do, as long as you're checking in periodically with the Realm Walker and keeping a stack of these opals on hand. It's very open-ended how you want to push this reputation track.
Yeah, it is always nice to see that anywhere that new demons occur in the world, there is always some faction out there that's trying to take care of them and would appreciate your help. So the Zac Room here, they've had a rough go of it, but if you can help them out, I think that we can handle this problem.
They're not at their best right now.
Yeah.
One of the things that I really like about the way we've looked at this whole package is that not only have we done a bunch of diligence in making sure that the story is taking part in all of Sanctuary. We're touching on some really cool lore stuff that has existed for a long period of time. But we're also leaning into a theme of giving the players more control over the experience. And so whether it's the choice of reward or being able to stack these rewards to get specific outcomes, you're going to see that not only in the season, so everybody's going to get access to this in the season, but we have that theme also creeping into some of the stuff you'll see with the Vessel of Hatred content in just a few minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hopefully the hieroglyphs that we saw at the beginning, the designer, hopefully this makes sense now, right?
Yeah.
So you kill the Realm Walker to get the portal, you do the portal to get the opals, and then you go do, the MS Paint sort of shapes of all the other activities that are in the game. You can also just chain run the Realm Walker if you'd like as well. He's up very often, and I expect people will kind of, go back and forth on how often they're interacting with them. You might want to stack a bunch of opals for the weekend or something, right?
Wait,
if
what,
you hate
Steven?
Realm Walkers and you're like, I just want to kill Realm Walkers all day, you can. But what I love about the season is exactly that. You can get the opal. It's a great buff, and now go play other content, including the new content that's coming out in Vessel of Hatred. If you bought the expansion, got a lot of options there, so you don't have to just play the seasonal content. You can go play this other stuff while still having the buff.
Including the Vessel of Hatred campaign, which is kind of a first, right? You'll need to have completed the base campaign, but you can play the Vessel of Hatred campaign alongside the Season 6 content, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, so huge for people that have base game or Vessel of Hatred can partake in the content for this season. Don, Tim,
You know who's probably making them say
thank you guys for
it?
walking us through all the Season of Hatred Rising content that's coming with the launch of Vessel of Hatred. This is starting right at the beginning, right when Vessel of Hatred actually comes out, which is on, again, October 7th at 4 p.m. Pacific.
For some people.
for 4 p.m. Pacific time, which is for everyone because it is one global release. So, so
it'll be the 7th for me.
Yeah. 7th for us here in California, but for other people, if you follow time zones, that's what it'll end up being. So we'll see Tim more during our Q&A at the end, but we are actually going to jump into some of the Vessel of Hatred features next. We're going to do another musical chairs, Benny Hill style, swap out some mics and everything, but we have a lot to talk about. We got Spiritborn stuff to talk about. We got Cuirass Undercity, or Cuirass Undercity to talk about. Been doing that quite often this week. Dark Citadel, and of course Mercenaries. So we'll be back with a whole new crew here in just a couple minutes.
Time zones were made by a Canadian. What's it, you? I'll be right back. Maple syrup smelling bastards.
I want them to put the dancing guy back.
Really tough. Being a beta tester. I wish they didn't like squish legacy gear so hard. Like, why couldn't it just be 850 instead of 540? Spirit Bjorn.
I'm in the middle of chewing. Welcome back, guys. We are here. Sorry, to talk about Vessel of Hatred content. This is all the new content that's coming with the expansion. We've actually talked about this before in specific moments, but we didn't do like kind of bigger, deeper dives on this beyond like the Spiritborn, where we had a separate stream on. But we actually even have additional updates on that. But I want to let you guys introduce yourselves. As you can see, Brent has now moved.
Bjorn's
to being
here.
next to me.
JC.
I wanted to be a little closer, that's all. But Derek, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah. Hey, everyone. I'm Derek Nunez, lead season designer, and I'll be chatting about the Kuros Undercity in a few.
Bjorn.
Bjorn Mikkelsen, class designer for Spiritborn.
Hi, I'm Dan Brace. I'm a lead game designer, and I'll be talking about Mercenaries.
Awesome, cool. So, you know, tons of content coming to Vessel of Hatred. I know players have heard us talk about it a little bit, but Brent, did you want to talk about any content specifically before we jump in?
Yeah, I mean, just kind of teeing up the next big thing that we want to talk about is just kind of how well the Spiritborn reaction has been since we've announced it. It's been amazing to see folks so excited about it. It's something that we've been pouring a lot of love into. We wanted to make sure they were adding something fresh to the game, and I really feel like we're there. But when we released it, we actually still had work to do. And so throughout the PTR, And the last few weeks of development here, we've been putting a lot of effort into polishing things up. And I'm super excited to hear Bjorn talk about what we've got in store.
Yeah, lots of internal testing. We had players actually check it out at Gamescom as well, which was really cool. So, as we all know, Bjorn was on our Spiritborn reveal stream, and he's back to talk more about Spiritborn. So here is Spirit Bjorn to talk more about the Spiritborn. It's hard for me to actually say Spiritborn now because I just say Spirit Bjorn. So there we go.
You did it.
Awesome. Yeah. Yes. I mean, we've seen a lot of the sort of in development side of it, and we're just going to talk about a few kind of final touches, the final version of a few things that we want to hit on quickly here in this presentation. So starting off, we're going to talk about a couple of updates to the Spiritborn's passives. First off, we have 3 additional passives which have been added to the tree. Each of these kind of amplifies how the skills work that they relate to. So we have one for core skills, one for potency skills, and one for focus skills. And that sort of lets you kind of go more all in on any of those skills. There's also here on the far side of the slide an update to Noxious Resonance, which is one of Spiritborn's key passives. We really wanted to kind of clarify how this mechanic works, how it scales, and kind of answer some lingering questions about exactly how it works. But it's still largely based around exploding the poisons on your enemies. Moving on to another thing, we're going to have a small update to the Jaguar primary Spirit Hall. This will still do lots of damage whenever you spec into it. It's all about damage with the Jaguar, but this has focused it a little bit more about multi-attack skills, high attack speed, and really like allowing you to ramp up the damage that you can get it, because now it's also based around the damage that you did in a short window. So that lets you sort of echo all of that damage that you did the faster you're attacking. Moving on to another small, or sort of medium-sized update, there was some confusion around Spirit Feathers, Storm Feathers, the Eagle Hall, how all that kind of works together. So this has been unified into a new concept just called Storm Feathers. What this is this is a buff that you can get. This increases your movement speed and it stacks duration. And now all of these things, they all speak to the Storm Feather concept. So you can get them, you can modify them, you can make them do different things, and you can even like use it to make kind of some crazy builds. I think we have a video for it where you can just kind of have feathers going all over the place as you're doing it. And you can even use like tempering and various paragon that increases Storm Feather potency. That will speak to all of these aspects as well as the Eagle primary hall. And then moving on to the last thing we've got should be our uniques. So some of you might have gotten to see some early versions of these, but we want to kind of show off the final versions with all of their stats in all of their glory. So to start off, we have 6 unique Spiritborn rings. Each of these kind of emphasizes a combination of 2 spirits and really lets you sort of tailor how you generate your resource to sort of make the build that you're looking to make. Then moving on to our unique armors, we showed off the Scorn of the Earth boots that turns your Soar into Evade, and everybody really loved that. A couple other examples, we've got a Craze of the Dead God, which allows you to turn poisoning, all damage coming at you into poisoning damage, and then sort of throw that back out at your enemies in the form of Touch of Death, which is pretty neat. And then we've also got our helms. We have 2 different unique helms. One is focused more along the lines of letting you sort of mix and match spirits, while the other one is more about kind of doubling down on using a single spirit. And then finally, we have our unique weapons. We've got several glaives and quarterstaffs. We already showed off the basic one, but we're going to quickly show off sort of its counterpart, which is the one for your core skills. So this one allows you to sort of spam your core skills almost as if they were basics at sort of reduced damage. But when you're at maximum vigor, it ramps up to be a maximum size, guaranteed crit, just massive screen clearing version of the core skill. So we think that one's pretty fun too. And then lastly, I believe I have a slide just for, yeah, there we go. Our drop tables for the bosses. So if you're looking to target farm any of these specific ones, similar to the other classes, you can kind of farm these based on different bosses. So take a screenshot of this and go for it.
Awesome. Yeah, tons of updates. We've done so much internal testing. We've heard a lot of feedback because because we had that deep dive blog. We've seen people theory craft. We've seen people actually play it at Gamescom. We've had a couple content creators like during the Spiritborn live stream, and even during our like kind of a preview event, they actually got to try it out and stuff. So hearing all this feedback and then applying some of the feedback and some of the internal feedback that we ended up getting and seeing all the changes here and updating everyone has been really cool to see. So thank you again, Bjorn, for walking us through the Spiritborn. The class is incredibly fun. Day one is what I'm playing for Vessel of Hatred. I think most of us are, but it's a ton of fun to check out. Next up, what we wanted to talk about is Kuros Undercity. This is actually a feature that we did announce with Gamescom, but we didn't really get a ton of opportunities to really kind of like dive deeper into what Kuros Undercity is. So, Derek, you want to take us through this?
Yeah, absolutely. So. The Kuros Undercity is a brand new dungeon experience that our Vessel of Hatred players will be unlocking throughout the course of the campaign. It's appropriately located in the new capital city of Kuros, but it's the part of town that's not recommended that the standard citizen venture into. It's a section of the Kuros town that is still infested by the jungles of Nahantu and kind of overrun with the worst of the worst. It's Nahantu's most wanted inside the various districts that make up the Undercity. Throughout the course, as players are unlocking it, they'll meet a new character named Seahek that kind of teaches you the laws of the Undercity and how to commune with the spirit flames to traverse its treacherous depths, basically. So that's kind of like the narrative setting for it, but let's dive into the actual experiential standpoint, which we see here already. So the Kuros Undercity is an intense multi-floor time attack dungeon where players will be racing against an aggressive countdown timer to reach the district boss with as high of a rewards upgrade meter built up as possible and try not to let that timer expire. So fun little novel wrinkle here is that killing certain monsters we refer to as afflicted will give you time bonuses to extend your time in the Undercity. And just killing monsters in general and completing dungeon activities will build up this reward upgrade meter referred to in-game as attunement. As far as the Undercity's role, it's new novel leveling content, but its power really comes into the fact that it's brand new opportunistic content that allows players to make very efficient, very specific progress towards rewards goals as the opportunities arise. I'll dive deeper into that in the next few slides, but for now, just want to kind of set the stage that the Undercity does not necessarily have any objective aside from get to the boss, beat the clock, and do so with the highest amount of rewards upgrades built up as possible. How the players go about doing that is entirely up to them, because this is, again, a dungeon that celebrates autonomy, flow, and variety.
And this is a good example we were talking about earlier. When we're looking at the new modes that we have, we want that player agency to come back to the player. Yeah. Play your way. And I think this is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's dive into the next slide here. Cool. So I mentioned opportunistic content. And this is where the Undercity's primary role in the reward structure is. So we have dungeon keys that grant you access to dungeons. The Undercity's version of a dungeon key is in the form of tributes. So you can hop into an Undercity run without a tribute, just do the thing, the base run. But when you start applying tributes, this is where we allow you to define the specific reward upgrade opportunities of your next Undercity run at the cost of increasing the run's challenge. So you can see an example of a tribute here. This is the Tribute of Radiance. And when you slot this in, so long as you complete your Undercity run with at least attunement rank 1, we will guarantee that you get ancestral legendaries at the end. We'll dive a little bit deeper into some of the nuances. You can see that it has dungeon affixes that define the specific challenge. So the higher and more powerful the tribute, the tougher the challenge is in the form of lower starting time, time bonus penalties, and potion drop penalties. But the fun doesn't stop there. In fact, we're just getting started. Once you apply a tribute, you now unlock the ability to define a bargain. Each tribute has a list of bargains mapped to it. So this Tribute of Radiance has a collection of them. We're just picking out a couple that seem pretty fun to show off. And bargains allow you to further customize your rewards at a varying material cost. So we have one here, skill ranks, legendary armors will always possess at least one skill rank affix for X amount of gold here. And then the passive ranks, which you'll see a little bit more later, the legendary amulets will always possess at least one passive rank affix. So let's go into the next slide just to, again, recap the full flow. And we're going to see a video of all of this to let it all kind of like soak in and see like the full flow of the Undercity. So we have the front end experience where you interact with the Spirit Brazier. You can jump directly into your district run, or you can optionally apply a tribute and then a bargain to specify the rewards opportunity of your next run. So let's go see this in action. Look at that. So this is the hub of the Undercity, and that's the Spirit Brazier that I was mentioning. You can see that we have the base, the base run rules. Starting time, no time bonus penalties, no potion drop penalties, and we have the opportunity to apply a tribute. We have 4 tributes here, so we'll show these in a still shot later, so you don't have to worry about what does it say. But we have 4 tributes here that range from magic all the way to unique to accommodate your leveling journeys. So for now, we applied the legendary tribute that'll guarantee ancestral uniques at the end of your run. And again, this is the list of potential bargains that I mentioned that each tribute has. Each tribute has varying quantities of bargains attached to it. So we're going to pick the passive rank legendary amulets for the low price of 50 million gold. The Spirit Flame services don't come cheap, but they're worth it. So we got the portal open, and we're going to hop into the run. We're going to have this play a couple times. First, I just want to point out the HUD, because this is really kind of your guide through the experience. So you can see at the top, once we exited that Spirit Aura, the timer starts, and that's a nice little timer at the top right-hand corner of your screen. We also display the number of floors that you have left to traverse. Very key information right there. To the right-hand side of the objective tracker, we have the attunement meter, and it's segmented into 4 ranks. Again, as I mentioned, achieving rank 1 is the bare minimum requirement necessary to get the value of the tribute that you slotted in. All subsequent ranks further enhance the value of that reward. So while you certainly want to strive to get attunement rank 4 to maximize your payout, it's not necessary if you're feeling the pinch of the time pressure. That if you at least get attunement rank 1, you can run it to the boss room and still come away with the thing that you're looking for. Gonna point out a couple things here. You might have seen, let's do the Spirit Beacon. So the Spirit Beacon is one of our activity types, and completing it both gives you attunement, a good splash of attunement, and it applies a momentary spirit buff that increases your movement speed and reduces your, the skill cooldowns. Again, you got to move fast in the Undercity, so these Spirit Beacons are incredibly useful for getting you to the next location, whether it's another Spirit Beacon or the exit. We're also kind of showing here the Lesser Afflicted. As you can see, they're clearly marked in the game world. They're all orangey glowy, so you can keep your focus on the combat. And killing them is what gives you the time bonuses to extend your run. I think that's kind of the long and short of the Undercity run. Again, this is an example of floor 1. There's still 2 more floors to traverse to get to the boss room.
I don't think you'll run out of time.
Yeah, let's hop up. There we go. We're into the boss room.
There's a lot of those little hourglass
So in this case, we have finished all 3 floors, and we made it to the boss room. One thing you notice that time expiration, it stops. Time drain stops in the boss room, so you just need to make it to the boss room before that timer hits 0. This is Aaliyah, one of our 3 district bosses. And it's important to call out that there are 3 total districts to explore in the Undercity. Again, that's kind of tapping into the variety aspect of things. So Aaliyah is, again, just one of 3 henchmen that own the various districts. So in this case, we're at the tail end of this fight. We just, killed Aaliyah, and we see that we ended this run with a full reward upgrade of 4. So now we're going to get the best possible payout for this. And we came in here looking for ancestral legendaries, and as the Spirit Flames promised, ancestral legendaries is what we get, and the greater affixes. And we also see that we got an amulet. If we were to dive into the amulet, we would have seen that the bargain would have applied to it as well, so the player would have gotten specifically what they came in here for. So that's a really quick snapshot of just like the structure of an Undercity flow. I want to take this time just to dive into a little bit more details on the tributes that we saw in the gameplay footage and spend a little bit more time with them. So this is an example of 4 of our 8 total tributes. These are hand selected primarily just to showcase how the tributes are tuned to progress with your leveling journeys. So we start off here with the tribute of growth. This is usable in all difficulty levels. This is the tribute that rewards additional experience when you complete the Undercity. So this is great, for leveling up your alts, leveling up your character in general. And you can see here that we start applying the first of the, penalties or challenges for this, in the sense that we have lower starting time. We actually incur a time bonus penalty now, and we have potion drop penalties. Something also to note is, this is just found randomly in Sanctuary, so as you're just doing your standard leveling stuff, like the Hell Tides or whatever, you will get these types of tributes to say, point you to the Undercity every now and again. So let's go back to the tribute gallery, as I like to call it.
Can we go back to that last slide that we had up there? There we go.
Yeah. Cool. All right, cool, thank you. And then we get to, from there, it just gets progressively more challenging, but also progressively more rewarding for the players. So Tribute of Harmony rewards guaranteed runes. This is a Torment tier difficulty. And you can see, we just amp up the challenge with each one.
There's a lot
the
of
Tribute of
ways
Radiance
to get them.
is the one that we just saw in action, that we guaranteed Ancestral Legendaries.
From the PTR.
And the Tribute of Ascendance is example of kind of like the cream of the crop tribute, unique tribute that guarantees several uniques with an increased chance of a mythic unique. And I just want to call it out here that I know that the last 2 tributes say that they're resolute tributes and they only apply rewards to the player that offered it. We do have variants of both of these that work in party, so that whole is covered. The rest of the tributes that don't have that distinction, they reward everyone in the party. It's just these last 2 that kind of had that little asterisk on it. Yeah, I think. That's the gallery of the tributes, and again, these are mapped to the rest of them are mapped to a variety of content like the whisper caches, the summoned lair bosses, and a variety of things that I'm forgetting on the spot here.
Yeah, this is a fantastic activity to do when you're somewhat in the mid game of your journey. So you're going to be introduced to this as you're making your way through the campaign. And but the thing I like about it is with all the progression changes that we've been looking at, this also scales with you. And so this is the type of activity that's going to stick with you for a while. It's a great way to get control over looking for the items you're looking for, and the time attack feature of this is really great.
Yeah. And I think the big thing here is like you can do it solo or you can do it with a group. So it's not like you have other options if you want to bring in a full party or if you like to just conquer it yourself. And I know a lot of people in the chat are going like, hey, 50 million for all that. There are. I'm not sure if you guys saw all the different bargains and everything. There's a plethora of different costs for a lot of different options. And depending on what you're looking for, you can obviously target specific things. You may specifically want uniques or something like that, and that like chaotic uniques I think had like an obol requirement or whatever. So there's a lot of different bargain options for players to get, and if you are looking for specific rewards, you have an additional avenue to do so, which is really cool with Cuirass Undercity. So
yeah,
awesome. Cool. Well, there we go.
I think there's more.
It's all about player choice.
We're not done. The best prices. The Cuirass Undercity.
I like
is
the
gift that
Undercity.
keeps on giving.
It's pretty quick too.
One
so like,
additional activity that
have
you'll
like 10 minutes to
discover
play
as
or
you're
something
romping
one
through the
night.
Undercity
You can just
is
pop
our
in,
Undercity unique
get a
treasure
bunch of
goblin, the
loot.
Portal Prankster. We'll show some gameplay footage in
do a
just a
few
moment,
runs.
but first, just want to call out killing him will reward a bonus chest.
I only
at
did
the
it
end
on
of the
Torment
dungeon.
1.
And in addition, that contains just
And I
standard
didn't have any
treasure
tributes,
goblin loot, runes, and more
but
tributes. So it's a really good, very
it's
juicy
very
reward
helpful.
to go after the Portal Prankster when you come across him. But you would be doing so at your own peril, because you'll see in this video that he has a particular mechanic to him that makes it a little bit tricky when you have a continually timer that's continually counting down. So you'll see here that when he's aggroed, he opens up a bunch of portals and just like Benny Hills through them. It's a chase. So this is kind of tapping into the risk versus reward nature of the Undercity, where you make decisions based on how confident you are at the current state of your run. And again, killing him is very lucrative. He doesn't drop anything aside from attunement right from the get-go, but all of his rewards are funneled at the end of the experience. So again, a variety of the spice of life in the Undercity, and really excited to get this into the hands of players.
Yeah, it's cool to see a new Goblin variant right there, and then of course, the ultimate troll Goblin, as you can see in the gameplay, and that's the risk reward you were talking about.
I'm pretty sure the
do you
price for
spend the
goblins only in
time
the
and
Undercity.
chasing after this specific Goblin as it's bouncing between different portals as your time is ticking down, and you're trying to progress and get better rewards. And of course, if you succeed and you get everything, you get that extra chest at the end, which is really awesome.
Yeah,
so
it's worth it.
Yeah, most definitely is worth it. Especially since you get so much progress added once you do actually take down the Goblin as well. So thank you, Derek, for walking us through this. We have a bunch of seats here. We actually have a physical seat here because we do actually have one other person that we're going to be tapping into to talk to us about the Dark Citadel, and this is Mr. Jason Bentley, who is live via satellite. That's what I'm going to say, satellite from the East Coast. Jason is our lead raid designer on Dark Citadel, and Jason, do you want to talk to us a little bit about it?
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. As you heard, I'm the lead for the Dark Citadel, and we're going to talk about Rise of the Khazra. This is the very first multiplayer-focused piece of content for Diablo 4. So, as you can kind of guess, this whole thing's about essence and souls and sealing them and owning them and just using it as power. So why are we here? We're here to fight the first Khazra. They are taking over the crater left from the Mage Clan Civil War, blasted a hole into the ground, and they've moved in, and they're using all the souls from the dead Mage Clan people to power their crazy experiments. They're really, really evil. They are taking people, they take their own kind, and they turn them into power sources and batteries, and they use them, and they're all about resurrecting their dead god Zagral. This all takes place it starts in Nahantu. You start out the whole quest line in Kurast. People are going to tell you how bad this is. They really don't like having their friends and family stolen and taken and drained and having Hus returned. So you're going to go on a quest to go find out what's happened to these people and see if you can go help. A lot of other heroes have actually tried this, and they have all failed.
15,
so really, when you get through this entire experience, what you really come back with is only together can we prevail. We need to bring some friends with you to come to this content. You're not going to be able to do it on your own.
Robots are intended to be done solo.
Once you get through all
I guess we didn't think about that.
This actually only happens in Torment 1. So this is not a early leveling experience. This is something when you're really into the game and you really need to move your build along. So once you enter Torment 1, you can go on this quest and access the Ancient Nexus, which is its own town space with a waypoint of all of its own, which gives access to the 3 dungeons you can see here. These dungeons have multiple boss fights in each one, and they each take a little bit of time to get through. Practice will help you optimize these runs. Experience will help you show expertise and shepherding other people to show them how to complete these mechanics. And communication is not required, but it definitely leads to better outcomes. There's a lot of new challenges.
I feel like
and
communication
mechanics, and
definitely.
There's really no mercy for the hardcore
They do
players,
have
so
in-game comms. I don't know how good
As
they are.
you can see right now, we've actually got one party split across 2 different realms, doing different mechanics and helping each other, and coming back together to bring down the boss. It really takes at least 2 players to do these mechanics. We have multiplayer boss fights through the entire experience. We always say that players are stronger together.
Yeah.
It's tuned
but
for 4
if
players.
You
2 players
finder
can do
with somebody,
these mechanics. But it means you have to handle the
and
mechanics and the monsters and the bosses by
then
yourselves.
You have that option,
We're not going to duck the difficulty for fewer players. We have lots of crazy mechanics going on. We've got people relying on each other to get through all of this. There's a lot of hero moments in this content. the best moments we had when we were playtesting this is somebody's dead and the other person's running around and they click the switch or they res their friend right in time to jump through the portal or kill the boss, and everyone's just screaming and having a great time. It's really, really fun to work together and see those moments where, like, depending on your party members, really pays off. We also have an exclusive monster family for the Dark Citadel. These are the newest, smartest monsters you have met. These are the first Khazra. They're pretty evil people. Shout out to the first Khazra monster family team. They did a great job on all of these guys. They are awful. They're decadent. They're sophisticated. They use a lot of magic. They do a lot of crazy things to, like, bring down the party.
Get them. They got fuzz.
Enemies. That's for sure. I know with at least Dark Citadel, of course, there's always awesome rewards that are kind of associated with this. Jason, do you want to talk to us a little bit about those?
Absolutely.
I think we have that queued up. Yeah, let's see if we can get that queued up.
Citadel is their raids.
The joys of
Well, we do have.
We did it.
Oh, actually, a quick quality of life improvements here. We actually have a marker system to help parties get through the experience. You can just drop them into your emote wheel, and then as you're running through the experience, you can use those emotes to indicate to your friends and party members, hey, I found something of interest, or hey, it's over here, this is the way forward. And then a really nice thing is this is available outside the Citadel as well. It's not exclusive.
Okay, that's
so you'll be able to use this wherever you go with your party.
That's cool when you're doing like dungeons together and there's a spooky chest. You can mark where it was.
Especially where you're taking damage from and big moments. And you've heard about the Party Finder.
Too.
That's also created with obviously Citadel in mind, but it supports everybody else. But we want to make sure we facilitate getting lots of people into this content.
And you do that with
now we can talk about
look. Because what if they don't know what we're
I do want to make mention, because that was a really interesting screen to see the communication stuff and talking about Party Finder. One of the things that we've seen since launch is that our cooperative player base is growing. You know, it's growing steadily. And so we wanted to make sure that we did a couple of things. First off, we wanted endgame content for them, right? That's what this is all about, is making sure that we have that really aspirational endgame content for folks who like to play with their friends. The other thing is that we know that we could let this spread out into more segments of the game. And so the Party Fighter was originally a discussion that we had for how to support the Dark Citadel, but it is now benefiting all the other activities in our game as well. So for those of you who experience, you're seeing the early stages of us really expanding, getting people together in the content that is the best inside of the game. And so it's really exciting. But it does boil down to that communication, and that marker system is something that can be both used in the Citadel as well as outside of the Citadel.
Yeah.
And I think that that's going to be really valuable for accessibility for a lot of folks out there.
Yep, most definitely. All right, now on to rewards.
Now we'll talk rewards.
There you go.
Sorry, I had to get that in there.
Absolutely. So you're actually chasing a weekly reward that resets on the Tuesday or the day of the week that we set. So really, that's going to drop a massive ancestral loot drop each time you pop that open, which only happens when you complete all 3 dungeons. You're going to want to chase that thing. That is a huge, important drop for a week. But beyond that, there's lots of rewards for repeated runs. The Citadel coins are going to allow you to purchase all these consumables, and you can maximize the number of coins you get per run by killing treasury monsters and playing on higher difficulties. Like, it really scales up the Citadel coins you get. And why do you care about those? Well, these rewards these consumables really make it easier and more fun to play with groups and parties. But it also allows purchase of the Scroll of Restoration. So if you want to just chase down and buy scrolls, this is a great place to do that.
sick slide for production right
Yeah.
there.
We're doing this live, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, that's actually really cool to see. And again, the scroll restoration being a reward in Dark Citadel. And like what we talked about earlier, you actually do get 2 guaranteed ones in the season journey. And at the same time, those are something that you can find all around the world. But Dark Citadel is like also just like that guaranteed way of being able to get it as well. So there's a lot of different variety of rewards. But it goes beyond what we just showed right there. There's actually some really cool stuff as well that I know Jason wants to show off us.
Absolutely. I would love to end up on just the way everyone can show off their ability to just play this content to the top levels. So we're going to show you our premier gear. There's actually 2 levels of gear that you can get from playing the Dark Citadel. There's the normal level gear, which you'll get from Torments 1 through 3, and it's pretty accessible. But what you're seeing right now is our premier content, which comes from only completions in Torment 4. So, I hope this is as exciting for everyone to get as I'm excited to give it to you. So, I'll see you in the Citadel, and thank you for letting me show this off.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jason. To this mount.
That mount.
Go back to the mount. Go back to the mount. I know you were probably like, oh, we got to scroll through everything. Okay, there we go.
It is.
The mount is sick. See, scroll it. There we go. Okay, yeah, the mount is sick. That's something that I think a lot of people are going to be kind of like chasing after for sure with the Dark Citadel. Jason, thank you so much for walking us through that. Really excited for it. And what's cool is, like, as Jason mentioned, Dark Citadel itself, you can do it with a group of 4. You can even attempt to go for 2 people. If you're really skilled, you have that option of being able to do it. The Party Finder feature now being part of the game now. You can actually access Party Finder, find other people that may want to jump into Dark Citadel and group up with them. And of course, we have the additional communication tools with all the different pings that you can end up using and markers that you can end up using to help kind of guide that whole entire group there. So lots of cool stuff coming with Dark Citadel, really cool endgame content that's coming to Vessel of Hatred, and we can't wait to see people jump into it. Can't wait to jump into it myself. But of course, we have one last topic that we do want to talk about with Vessel of Hatred, and that is our Mercenaries feature. That is something that we did announce during Gamescom, but we do want to go into a little bit of a deeper dive today on that specifically. So Brent, Dan, do you guys want to take us through Mercenaries?
Yeah, just to kick it off, Mercenaries is one of those legacy features that you've seen in multiple Diablo games. And when we started talking about this very early on, we're like, what is the approach that we can take that really complements everything else that we're doing in Diablo 4 that is different? Obviously, we've been touching things like itemization, and we've been doing a bunch of reworks on class builds. So we knew a couple things here. First, we wanted to make sure that the system was built in a way that could complement your build type, right? So every build type has a little bit of a soft spot, and Mercenaries is a really good way of, you can level them up in a way that can actually fill in that soft spot. And the other thing that we really wanted to make sure of is that they were always useful, right? And so as you play along the game, you're interacting with them in way different ways than you would just by leveling up and using them basically as a power item, right? And so the way that we folded this in is far more robust than we've seen in other systems in the past. And yeah, I can't wait for Dan to show it off.
Awesome, yeah, let's dive into it. So I think we can go to the first slide. Awesome. So we announced these characters at Gamescom, and these are the 4 mercenaries that you're going to meet as you play Vessel of Hatred. Early on in the campaign, you're going to meet Rahir, the guy in the middle, and you're going to lend him a hand in kind of tracking down these other characters, doing their quest lines, and unlocking them. And they're like really involved quest lines. They're pretty awesome. They have cutscenes. They have a lot of narrative and backstory where you kind of get to know more about these characters.
I didn't watch them.
And they have a lot of personality, so they're pretty interesting. And we really want to make them feel like characters that live in the world. They don't just sit in the hideout the whole time when you're running around, and you might see an event where they're actually participating in the event. So you may even run into some of these characters before you unlock them. Cool. So today I'm going to cover a little bit more detail than what we announced at Gamescom. I'm going to talk about playstyle and perk for each mercenary. I'm going to talk about reinforcements, which is a new way to interact with mercenaries. And then we're going to talk about bartering and progression at the end. All right, so I'm going to talk about the playstyles for each mercenary. And to start, I want to just show an example of a skill tree. So every skill tree for a mercenary, at the very top, the starting node is their perk. And this is a passive bonus you get whenever a mercenary is hired into your party. And they're pretty awesome. They're really powerful. Hopefully when you hire a merc, you feel like they're changing the way you play. And then every skill tree has 6 skills and 12 upgrades. So let's dive into some examples. So for Rahir, he's really like the tank if you need someone to help protect you. And his skill tree is kind of split up into a tower shield, which is about getting in the thick of battle, tanking things for you, taunting. And he also has a round shield, which is sort of themed around being a holy protector. So the top node that you start with for Rahir, and this is when you hire him to your party, is Valiance. And what this does is basically if you take a lot of damage in one hit, he's going to fly in, negate that damage, block it for you, and he's going to knock down enemies. He's also going to grant you unstoppable, so he can really save your life. So here's an example where this beast is going to hit me, and these guys hit pretty hard. So here it comes, boom. So Rahir kind of leapt in, he negated that damage, and he knocked him down. So that's awesome. I imagine hardcore players will gravitate towards this unless they are risk takers. So definitely a very powerful perk.
Takers. Yeah.
Cool. Let's talk about
Jake was
some
feeling
upgrades.
it. Jake needs a
I think we skipped
protector.
ahead a slide if we want to go back one. There we go. Cool. So here's some upgrade examples on Rahir's skill tree. The first one, Draw Fire. We're going to show a video in a second. Whenever I use a healing potion, Rahir's going to taunt enemies near him. So if you're in danger, you need health, it's going to help save you. Iron Wolf's Virtue, when Rahir's Valiance is triggered, he heals you and his cooldown's reduced, so you can just get it to happen more often. And he has a shield throw, which some D3 Crusader players might love, where he chucks his shield, it bounces off some targets, and this kind of marks them, so you can sort of play whack-a-mole, and if you hit those targets, you'll get healed back. So another way to keep yourself alive. All right, cool. Let's check out an example for Draw Fire. So you're going to see I use my potion. The UI would help you show that, but yeah, I used the potion right there. Rahir taunted everybody. Sweet. I did not die, and I'm happy. All right, let's go to the next one. So Varyana, we call her the Berserker Crone. She is a reformed cannibal. She's got a pretty interesting backstory. I love her personality. She's kind of zany and crazy. She's also the cook.
It's not gone. But we want
the mercenaries, and I don't know if I would eat her food.
Stone cold
I don't
murder.
really trust her. But her skill tree's kind of split up into 2 themes: dual wield axes, which is all about visceral cleaves and bleeds, and large mace, which is heavy slams. So you may be familiar with the massacre bonus from D3. Her perk is very similar, where basically you get this bonus. We could jump to the video, and as you kill monsters, you're going to see when I get 10 kills, the massacre bonus kicks in. It's going to show up above her portrait on the left side of the screen. So it should say times 10. Cool. I now have a massacre bonus started. As I build this up and I get it to higher thresholds, I'm going to get more and more movement speed. So you're kind of encouraged to play more aggressive, keep this going before it runs out of time. And it sort of snowballs into this fun gameplay where you're going really fast. So you can embrace your inner Sanic and go real fast with Varyana as your hired merc. All right, I got some upgrades for Varyana. So dismembering is, oh yeah, sorry. So this one, it's going to guarantee an overpower. She's going to knock people down, and you get a guaranteed overpower. So if you're playing Barb, it's going to be really useful. Reprisal is when you get CC'd, Varyana is going to leap on the enemy that inflicted it and knock them down. So this can also save your life. And No Escape is Varyana does Whirlwind. This makes it really big, and as she's spinning around, she's kind of grouping enemies up for you, so that can be a fun one. I think we show both, so yeah, dismembering here. So she's gonna set us up, we get a guaranteed overpower, you do a bunch of damage, sweet. That feeds into a lot of builds. And then we have Reprisal here, so I got chained by that monster, she leapt on them, knocked them down, basically canceling that for me. All right, cool. Subo the Bounty Hunter. He's themed on longbows, which is precision shooting and traps. The other side of his tree is crossbows, heavy bolts, and explosives. And his perk is kind of broken up into 2 parts. So he has a passive component, which is he reveals enemies and materials on the mini-map. And his active component is that we call him the Bounty Hunter because he's going to call out targets during combat. And if you kill that target, you get a bunch of resource back. And also, the more you do that, the more often he's going to be casting Seeker. So you're kind of trying to keep this up where you want to make sure you're killing his targets and spending your resource before you do so. And this lets you just cast more abilities, which always feels great. All right, let's check out an example. So I'm in town. I'm going to walk out here with Subo. And you can look at the mini map, top right, and it's starting to populate with herbs and ore veins, and you'll see all the monsters on the mini map as well. So that's kind of his scouting component. And sorry, we're going to have to loop this one because I talked too slowly, but he also is marking a target, and you saw when I killed them, I got a bunch of resource.
Yeah, I know a lot of people with Subo, especially because the fact that he highlights like ore veins and things like that are pretty huge for people, especially with all the changes that we're adding to like how materials can also be used to maybe craft like legendaries and stuff. So Subo is kind of like my personal favorite, but yeah.
It definitely embraces, I think, what Brent was talking about too, where mercenaries are really about utility, and they kind of add choices that maybe you wouldn't necessarily pick on your character. Or they help you just kind of like fill gaps in your build, or maybe encourage you to do, have more diversity in your build. Maybe they expose new options for you. So it's pretty interesting. All right, cool. We're going to show off some Subo upgrades. So first we have Share a Drink, which is whenever he throws his Molotov, there's a chance for him to drop a healing potion for you. Mastermind, Subo's Wire Trap, and Trip Mines gain 60% size. And then you and Subo both have increased crowd control duration.
Share a drink. Who's going drinking
Thrill
with
Seeker
Subo?
is going to reduce cooldowns for every monster hit. So here's an example of Share a Drink. He threw a Molotov, he dropped a potion for me, and that can just help you more consistently get potions, which could definitely be useful for a lot of players. All right, Oldkin. This is definitely a fan favorite. We call him the Forsaken Child. His tree is sort of split up into two magic types, fire magic, which is all about burning enemies and making them suffer, and shadow magic, which is haunting souls that kind of like apply dots and spread to enemies. His perk is dependent on what your skill tree choices are. So if you're on the fire side of the tree or the shadow, you will get different buffs and debuffs. So every once in a while, he's going to turn into a demon of one of those forms. If he's on the shadow side, you and all the enemies around him become vulnerable. If he's on the fire side, he's going to make it so all your direct damage applies burn to enemies, but it's also draining your resource. So he's really themed around this Kiss Curse mechanic, and whenever this happens, it can be a huge benefit, but also there's some downsides to it, potentially. All right, cool. So he's casting some fire skills. We're going to see Oldkin on the left. He's turning into a fire demon. This gives him a whole new skill set. He's got immolation. He's burning nearby enemies, and he's helping kill everything.
Yeah,
and then you can see when I'm doing direct damage, it's applying burn. But also my resource is draining. This is if I'm on the shadow side. He turned into a shadow demon at the top. He's going to do a cool ability where he pulls everyone into a line, lines them up for you. That always feels really good. And yeah, in that one, he's making everyone vulnerable. Sweet, let's talk about some upgrades for Oldkin. So I think this will be a lot of people's favorites. Ember's Gift, whenever he casts Firestorm, if you stand in it, you're getting 33% of your primary resource per second.
Are you going to use
and we're going to show a video of that in a sec. Terrify,
His curse reminds me of my ex.
Haunt. Yeah, thank you. He's got 30% chance to apply invulnerable to enemies, so another way to get keywords applied to things. And Burning Chaos, that's his ult. Whenever you cast your ult, it resets his. Wave of Flame is really cool. It's this giant fire wave that destroys enemy projectiles. You can kind of like run with it and fight inside of it, and I've seen a lot of people get use out of that. Cool, okay, let's check out Ember's Gift. So he's going to cast Firestorm, and look at my resource. It's just flying up really fast while I'm standing in this area. So it's a good way to kind of have this happen, and then you just get to spam a bunch of abilities.
That's good for early on.
Murder monsters.
You don't really have good resource
so yeah, here's a quick example of, we do have a lot of keywords and ways for mercenaries to utilize them and spread them to enemies, so that can help with a lot of builds too.
Yeah, it's nice having
my mercenary was
an
jump
option
scaring
to
me a lot.
add vulnerable to more enemies, especially like AoE, doing AoE or anything like that. So yeah, really cool to see. I know. Of course, there's other mechanics with mercenaries
when
that we did
want
to talk about.
Go for Subo.
Dan, do you want to jump into how reinforcements actually works?
Yeah, let's talk about reinforcements.
The party play.
So I guess before I explain reinforcements, there are two methods of using mercenaries. One is hiring them, and that's for solo players. So if you're playing solo, you're not in a party, you can hire a mercenary. Everyone at all times can also have a reinforcement. So if you're in a party, everyone has a reinforcement. If you're solo, you get both. And if you're playing solo, they have to be two different characters. So your hired mercenary has to be different from your reinforcement. All right, what the heck are reinforcements? So reinforcements are a new way to interact with mercs where you can kind of call a mercenary into battle, have them perform a skill at an opportune moment, and you get to sort of control when that happens. And this reminds me a lot of like old school fighting games where you could kind of cast an ability and a character will fly in off screen, he'll do something really cool. Hopefully that helps you a lot, and that's, I think very much inspired by that.
Yeah, it's like assists. They jump in, they do something, and then they like pop back out, so it's really cool.
So you're going to choose an opportunity, which is when does it happen? You could link this to any of your action bar slots. So you could say, hey, when I press 1 and I teleport, the mercenary does this skill, and then you choose a skill that you have unlocked for that mercenary. All right, let's check out some examples. So this one's quick. I'm going to cast teleport, and you'll see Rahir appear. And then he sort of flies in battle. He does this triple slam. He groups everyone up. Grouping enemies up is always good. Thank you, Rahir. I drop a meteor on their head. In this one, we cast Bone Prison, and Oldkin shows up and casts Firestorm for me. There's going to be a lot of combinations here, I think, with all the different player abilities and all the different reinforcement skills. So I think it'll be really interesting to see how players utilize the system. You can use it more defensively or more offensively, and hopefully you agree, a lot of the skills give you added utility. So I think there's a lot of opportunities here to mix and match, which would be cool.
Another thing I'm excited about that is that the system is built to grow. And so our ability to add more conditions in which you bring them in and continue to grow potentially the powers that we can see too. It's a very robust system that can go a pretty long way. So it's great.
Yeah, cool.
Awesome. And I think finally we want to talk about some bartering.
Yeah, we're going to talk about rapport, which is the progression, and then bartering, but they're all, it's all tied together.
It's all one unit.
We're good. Yeah, so rapport is the progression for mercenaries, and we could go ahead and jump to the first slide. So this is what the rapport looks like. You may be familiar with this type of UI. In this example, we're rank 5. The first 4 skill ranks are how you get your skill points for the skill tree. We want you to unlock all the cool, fun abilities for mercs pretty quickly and up front. After that point, it's all about upgrades for bartering. And bartering is, we're going to show it off in a second, but progressing your mercs improves the bartering system, which is kind of a way to trade with mercenaries at the hideout and get really useful items.
They commissioned me to
so
paint them.
the very last rank, we hovered over it quickly there, you can actually repeat the very last rank for mercenaries and continue to earn the currency. So if you say, hey, I really like Oldkin, I don't want to level anyone else up, you could just keep playing this character and you'll keep getting resources. Hopefully we're encouraging you though with these upgrades to kind of rank up all your mercs and keep making bartering better. All right, let's talk about bartering.
Bartering.
So at the hideout, you can talk to Fiera and she will pull up a UI where you can trade for items. A lot of them are legendaries, and as you upgrade your mercs, you're gonna basically increase this list so you can find more interesting things. Hopefully you can find some really cool legendary items that you're excited about. As you upgrade your mercs, you're going to get more chances for legendaries, and each mercenary has an aspect category associated with them. So Oldkin, for example, gives you resource aspect caches. So if you level up Oldkin, that has a chance. Instead of getting a resource legendary, you're going to get a resource legendary aspect cache. And in this case, we open one of those caches. Sweet, I got a bunch of items. It's not exactly target farming, but it's a way to increase your chances of things you may be looking for. There's going to be a lot of other really useful items in here, like crafting materials, boss summoning parts, some masterworking recipes, things like that. And that's about it. So you can restock the supply on this, and the currency you re-roll this inventory with is the same currency that you're spending to buy items. So you kind of have to pick and choose, like, do I want to re-roll or do I want to wait? And hopefully you see things that you're interested in and you buy them. And then every day when you log in, you get one free reroll. Just trying to be nice to the players. Hopefully you get what you want without having to waste all your pale marks. And I think that's all we have for mercenaries today. So thank you for.
Yeah, I love hearing about the bartering system
rank them
because
up
it's just
naturally,
another
though, JC.
avenue for hey, if I need masterworking materials or if I need boss summoning materials, I can literally go
I think
and
that's
check
more
and see
of
if I can
a thing
barter
that
for
people
it now,
have just been asking
as
for.
Another opportunity for getting those specific
But as
things,
for
which is
anything
really, really
being
cool to see.
officially
So,
said in the works,
Dan,
it has
thank
not been
you very
said.
much for walking us through the mercenaries coming to Vessel of Hatred. And so everything that this group actually talked about here, this is all exclusive to Vessel of Hatred. So with the expansion and anyone who actually ends up purchasing the expansion, they'll be able to access all the different features that we talked about, from Spiritborn to Kuras Undercity to Dark Citadel, and of course the mercenaries. So lots of stuff in the expansion specifically for this that we're all excited for everyone to jump into. October 7th, 4 p.m. Pacific in California, globally, wherever your time
4
zone
p.m.
is. That
specific.
it's tied to that is when it will end up hitting. So, and we have a cool map. But I know we talked about a lot today. We do want to, of course, do our normal Q&A that we always do at the end. But before we actually end up doing that, I know, Brent, you wanted to talk a little bit about the journey here.
Yeah, honestly, we talk at the team level a lot about our communication with the community at this point. And I've said it a few times where it's like, it feels so good to be in a dialogue now. And everybody at home, you've heard us say, we're listening. I actually feel like we're well beyond that point at this moment. Like, we really feel like the community is now one of our team members, and we're developing together at this point, and we're starting to all pull in the same direction, and we've learned so much, right? We've come out with season 1, we took some lumps there, right? We knew we had a lot of work to do, and all the dialogue that we've had has led up to like things like the success of season 4 and season 5. And so the fact that the community is really a part of our team now, it shows us a great pathway. We still have a lot of work to do. There's things we want to get to. Armory.
Yeah. Armory.
We want to
which
get
is
to
in
Armory.
development. Yeah.
I think he's on a.
We talked about that a little bit at Gamescom, but these are the types of things that are really fine-tuning the way we get there. And honestly, we couldn't get there without all of you at home. Thank you for staying with us on this journey. Can't wait to get to the Q&A.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and again, just to reiterate, like what Brent was saying, I think the community is speaking about how they really wanted us to have a PTR, having those PTR moments, having players in earlier, being able to provide that feedback. Huge shout out to you guys for being able to help us out with this journey that we've been on. We've made some massive strides since the first season, and it's only getting better from here, which is really cool. So awesome. Well, I think we're going to jump into the Q&A. We're actually going to bring some people in from before, swap people out, do the musical chair thing again, and we'll see you here in a minute for the Q&A. If you guys have questions, please start teeing them up in chat, and we'll try to get to as many questions as possible. So we'll see you in a minute.
I'm sure they will, Heinous. Q&A B. Ooh, Pokemon. I feel like I made him a little bit too gray. Beige. Needs more yellow. Stephen. Hoop frizz. Hoop frizz. Hoop frizz. Hoop frizz. Hoop frizz. I was ready for that last one. They aren't that quick. Gotta open this pack. Right. Energy. Boonsweet. Feebas. Apom. Pansage. Slitherwing. TM De-Evolution. Exploud. Joltik. Lipbug. Tinglu. Damn. For me, it was season 4, Steven. I had a lot of fun in Loot Reborn. I feel like this music is like really loud. Yarn. Want the dancing demon back. Wasn't as fun as Season of Blood. I enjoyed Season of Blood, but I quit early. But it was others that caused me to not enjoy it. Yeah. Oh. Goodbye music. Song's such a banger. I like the vaults in Season 3, but I also quit Season 3 really early. I didn't even finish. I didn't
All
even
right,
get
we're
to, like,
back for Q&A.
100.
Welcome back, everyone. Wave. There's like, all right, come on.
It's been a long stream.
Yeah, it's been a long stream. Holy cow. We're at almost 2.5 hours. We're going to do about like 10 minutes of Q&A.
Because
and
people
then
are
we'll have
saying
a
it's
quick
too
little
hard to get
outro
4
just
sparks.
to get everyone teed up before we head into patch notes being released and, of course, the expansion. So I know we have some of our faces from earlier, so we can try to hit as many topics as possible. But I know one big question that we have been getting specifically about, or specifically with Vessel of Hatred, and of course like the base game, I think we have it queued up. Like, how will crossplay work for those playing with and without the expansion? This is actually a really good question because, you know, people are thinking like, oh, are you guys like funneling them off, or like if you only have Diablo 4, they just like shunned off to some island or something like that. And that is not the case. You can still play with friends who may only have the base game, even if they're on Xbox and your PC or PlayStation and PC, et cetera, et cetera. So there is that option. What's also kind of cool is an interaction that I know that if, let's say, you owned it on PC, BattleNet, for instance, and then for Vessel of Hatred, but then the base game was only on Xbox for your own personal Xbox, and you jump back over to your Xbox, if you have like rune words on your Sorc, for instance, you still can actually use those rune words.
Works still.
Yeah, so it's still something that's going to be there. I know that one of the things that the team was looking at was like, hey, if you earned it in the other game, you can still use it. So it's more so the things within Vessel of Hatred, like Spiritborn or the region of Nahantu, those things just wouldn't be available for that base game user, or if you jumped over onto the base game. So
yeah, that's also why we gave everyone the 10 levels. We want everyone to be able to play with each other. Everyone is going to be able to be at the same eye power, all that good stuff.
Yeah, so it's a cool little like extra thing for people, and I know it does clarify a lot specifically on that. This was probably the biggest thing that people asked about during PTR. And so, Brent, this is from Razzle Dazzle Darius. This is actually from a lot of people. Speaking of D2, I'm wearing my D2 jacket. Will we get the D4 campfire screen back?
Oh,
So,
yes, please.
we were talking about it during the interstitial just a little bit. Yeah, I think if we could feel a vibe through a monitor, like that was the moment that that came through. You know, we hear it loud and clear. One of the things that we are doing is trying to set ourselves up for success for adding more classes to the mix. And so the campfire is one of those things where we're taking a look at it and trying to figure out how that would work. And so we updated it where we are kind of like really in and you don't get that initial setup. So that is something that like immediately when the feedback started coming through, the team started to mobilize and talk about what we can do. Turning it around in time fast enough for like Vessel of Hatred was, we had other things like balance and polish that we really wanted to pay attention to, make sure some of the UI elements for some of the new features were in a good spot. So we hear you. I love the fact that the nostalgia means so much. And so the team is actively talking about it, and we'll be able to get back to you in the future.
Awesome. Yeah, that was by far a very, very popular topic after PTR. They're like, "Where's the campfire?"
Every
I
moment
can see like the flames kind of like in the screen, but where is like the full-on campfire?
Yeah.
We have a question from Ram0, which is, will there be more renown and statues of Lilith in this expansion? How does that specifically work?
Yeah, we're not going to be doing statues of Lilith specifically. We're going to be having a new statue type.
The Tenet of Akarat.
Tenet of Akarat, which is, it's not going to give you any points, but it is working towards renown. And so there's still a lot of discoverability in the zone, but we're shifting things to work more for renown.
Yeah, and statues of Lilith, of course, are still in.
They still exist.
In the base.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
The stats, we're just not giving stats for the tenets of Akarat because we saw how frustrated players were with like having to do this sort of activity to get more powerful.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it's a lot more leaning into the collectible aspect.
Yeah, we didn't want these to feel like a chore that you needed to do in order to progress your player power. It's all about the discoverability, right?
Yeah.
In the new zone.
Yeah. And
I'm not even required to do, but I like the statues. Kind of wish they did give you a bonus.
We made changes. Something we talked
Hi,
about during
Mango.
the PTR,
You missed all
we
of
kind of
the
optimized it a little bit better because there was like Paragon points at the last tier of renown, and that's actually been like swapped back around now. So it's more of like the Obel upgrades are at the last tier.
It's easier to get that potent power from Paragon. We also just sort of reduced how much renown you need for a lot of these things.
Also,
so
lack of
if you
roadmap
missed out
in
on
this game is
renown when the game came out, it's a lot easier to
I
get
feel
that
like they
power.
changed their minds too much.
Good way for people, like especially friends who maybe are jumping
Now
into
you gotta
Diablo
wait
4
till
just
Friday,
to like, kind of
Mango,
catch up specifically
to watch my
from that
YouTube
end.
videos.
One thing this just dawned on me that I did want to also mention is that back in season 3, we introduced the gauntlet, and that has the leaderboard mechanics and stuff like that. One thing I do want to actually do a quick call out on is like when season 6 starts and when Vessel of Hatred actually does ship, we do plan on actually sunsetting the gauntlet and the leaderboard functionality there. Does that mean leaderboards are going away forever? No, that doesn't mean leaderboards are going away forever. We're actually looking at new ways of potentially finding a home for it.
Yeah, I'd rather say like leaderboards are vaulted as we do a big reassessment on
but I feel like that's just like Blizzard as a whole. They're very secretive.
We're looking at releasing with season 6. So I think that there's a lot of opportunity there, but again, we've made so much change. It's a time to take a deep breath and then take a look at the things that we really want to invest into.
Yeah, awesome. Almost forgot about that. I wanted to mention that. There's a question from Aviance, which is saying
Hi,
like,
JC.
hey, how does Group Finder work? This was actually available during PTR, and I know not everyone got to experience PTR, but kind of like Party Finder itself, of course, you can use it across multitudes of activities from Dark Citadel, beyond Dark Citadel, which is being introduced in Vessel of Hatred, but it is a feature that you can also use, or that allows you to actually use filters and different ways of searching for specific groups and people. So we do recommend jumping in, checking out the Party Finder. It's actually super, super awesome. And I know there's going to be improvements that will continuously be made to it.
Yeah, another system that we're trying to develop in a way that can grow with the player. And so We got it out into PTR to try to get an initial round of feedback on the types of filters that we could potentially see. As we add activities to the game, we want to make sure that those are plugging into it as well. We do think that this game is a ton of fun if you're playing together, and so we've designed it to do exactly that.
We have a question regarding opals and tributes that we kind of showed off. Tributes, of course, being part of Curious Undercity, opals being part of the new season. This question was from PvE Sweat. Great name.
That should be a title.
Are these actually because?
Yeah, that should be.
Yeah. I think the initial reaction is seeing some of these new consumables. So Tim, I think this would be a question for you. Like seeing these new consumables, are they actually like stackable in inventory? Like how
yeah. You can stack them in inventory. In fact, if you want, you have the option. You can go just farm the Realm Walker over and over again, get a whole bunch of the opals, and then just I'm going to play now for hours and hours with the buff active. If that's something you want to do, and tributes as well are stackable.
Awesome.
I did like the fact too. I don't know. I can't recall if we mentioned it, but you get 2 tributes with every drop.
Yes.
And so you don't.
Or, sorry, 2 opals.
2 opals. Sorry. Yeah. So you can like use one now and save one for later, and so you can really determine you can actually stack these up for a longer play session later on if you wanted to play in the weekend and actually really dig in.
There is a question regarding mercenaries.
Nice.
It's actually a question I've seen. Maybe it's a 2-parter, but a lot of people are asking specifically, like, hey, how does the progression of mercenaries kind of carry over? Is it something that's across like the whole entire account, or is it like from season to season? How does that specifically work?
Yeah, so they're partition wide. So if you're playing in the season and you unlock the mercs and you progress a bunch of them and then you roll an alt, that progression is still there. But we do reset every season because it's a part of the power journey, and we want to make sure you're doing that. But as you're playing, there's a lot of benefits to investing into them, especially if you're going to roll a second class.
There is a question. I'm not sure if others will be able to get this one, but this might be tied to some of the rune word stuff that we showed. But this is God King Moonin says, how do those spirit wolves damage scaling work? I think they're talking specifically about the rune words that we were showing and everything like that.
Yeah, I can talk a bit about that. I believe the spirit wolves are not currently scaling with things like if you have summoning damage for a necromancer. A lot of that damage scaling talks directly to your skeleton summons at the moment. So I don't believe they'll necessarily scale with those sources. I'd have to check on precisely which ones it does. But that's definitely something that we're aware of and really want to make sure that we can deliver on that fantasy. And we'll be looking at making updates to minions and summons as a general matter going forward to really make sure that they're scaling with the right things that players expect to really make those builds feel natural and synergistic as you would expect. So that's definitely an area of focus for us moving forward.
Yeah, we definitely have talked a lot about this. It'd be cool if you could be a summoner barb with call to ancients and having them deal bulkier damage. So that's something we definitely talk a lot about.
Yeah, we don't have any particular thing to announce or the exact initiative at this moment, but it's definitely on our radar and it's something we are actively working on and talking about all the time.
Awesome. I know that I am the Berm asked, this is back to Tim actually, because I think you had mentioned farming Realm Walkers, and they're going okay, so is it a world event? How often does it spawn? Do we have specifics on that? We can help clarify on that specific question.
It is a world event, yeah, and it is really focused around just that boss. It's not a world boss exactly, it is a world event. Like was explained by Dawn earlier in the cast, you have to kind of follow him for a while before you're allowed to kill him. But it is something that you do with other people in the area. There's likely to be a bunch of other people helping you take down this boss. And then the Realm Walker itself does pop up in another location in Sanctuary pretty much right away. There's a slight break, but at any given time, we want the experience to be, I log in, I'm ready to go play. I see I don't have any opals. Can I go get some? We want the answer to pretty much always be yes. There's always a Realm Walker up somewhere that you can go kill. So I guess you could get slightly unlucky, like he just died, but you're not waiting more than a few minutes before another one's going to pop up, and you can go kill that one. So if you want to chain farm them, you can.
Yeah, just run back to town, vendor some stuff. By the time you come back, it'll probably be at an ideal time to actually farm it. So it's actually really good to hear that it's just always available for players, or nearly always available for players. Question from Plucky Villain for Season 6 on live.
Yeah, I agree with that,
From
Steven.
a tuning and balance perspective, is Pit 100 still intended to be like that unobtainable goal, or is there? Are we expecting some of like the most skilled players, dedicated players, to kind of clear it?
Yeah, I'd say we will be surprised, but not surprised, I guess, to see people get to Pit Tier 100 just with the amount of things that we're adding into the game. Charles, in our previous segment, talked about how much volatility has been introduced in the expansion. We actually think that's really fun. Like, there's a ton of new things to explore, a ton of new things to break. And we think that probably most people won't get to 100, but you might get a surprise if you go to 100 and go past it.
Yeah.
We might have done something there.
Yeah, we talked quite a bit about where the deep end of the pool is, right? And so
It's
we're looking
around
at
80. Around 80, yeah.
But I'm really looking forward to seeing which kind of streamers out there actually push way past that so we can take a look.
Definitely.
Your Sparrow asks, if we complete the campaign in Eternal Realm, will we be able to skip it when we create a seasonal character?
Yes, as soon as you complete the campaign for the first time, you'll be able to skip it. Very similar to what we did in the base game.
Yeah, and I think there's
Unless
actually
they're talking about
additional
Paragon
nuances that we've added with
numbers.
Vessel of Hatred. Like, for instance, if you are brand new to Diablo, of course we recommend you start from the base game and experience the campaign and that journey. But even if you are coming into Diablo 4 with Vessel of Hatred and you just want to start with Vessel of Hatred, you really just need to complete that prologue of the base game. And then you will then get that option, I believe, to skip the base campaign and you can actually jump into the expansion campaign.
Yeah.
You actually don't even have to complete the prologue.
Oh, there we go.
So
So there
you even took out that part.
You're a liar, Adam. You're a liar.
And we've taken great care of you too. So like if you're new and you skip forward, when you go into Vessel of Hatred, we actually do recaps. So we'll catch you up on the story even if you decide to do it. So if your friends are all way ahead of you and you want to skip so that you can catch up, you're good.
Yeah,
right?
We got one of those like in the last episode of whatever.
It's really good.
Yeah, it's actually really cool to watch. So just in case if you're new to everything.
There's another detail too, which is like once you play through the Vessel of Hatred story section, we want way more players to get into the end game. We noticed that there's a lot of folks out there that once they get their story beats done, it's not really clear on where to go from there. And so we created a custom quest that can actually bridge you out into the end game. So if you can continue following your golden baubles, that would be super good.
Cool.
We're seeing a
Paragon
sign
points
in
are
peanut gallery.
account wide. Character level is based on character, but Paragon levels are account wide.
They think we're psycho because we're like looking
the coolest
back.
view is
there's 300 now instead of 200.
Production's like holding up the sign and stuff.
Everybody that makes us look
and it
good
will
is back
slow
there, so
down.
Thank you guys.
Yes, thank you very much. We're going to take, I guess, like one more specific question here. Let me see. This is actually a question regarding people that are running specifically in Dark Citadel. Like if someone leaves during Dark Citadel, like what happens to the group specifically? Can they all just leave? They're not like locked in there going like, oh gosh, I'm stuck in that type of situation. Or if I can conquer it with like maybe if it's 4 people and we drop to 3, like you can adapt and kind of work your way through it.
You can. Like we said, the Citadel is balanced for 4, but if that was to drop, as long as you got 2 strong players still in the mix, you should be good to go. So yes, it makes it more difficult. I'd have a firm conversation with the person who decided to drop in the middle of a fight.
And the Paragon levels will be account wide.
You're still going to be able to progress through it.
Awesome, cool. Well, I know we've been going for a while here, and we wanted to grab as many questions as possible so we don't keep people too long. Because the biggest thing as well is like at the end of the stream, we are releasing the patch notes, and I know a lot of people want to dive into the patch notes. But I guess before we kind of drop off, like Brent, I know you wanted to give a quick message out as well.
Yeah, we saw this really cool piece of art that was made by one of our art directors on the team, and it just really reminded us that there are hundreds of people working on this game all of the time. And these live streams are for our community, but it's also for all the folks who have been working tirelessly.
Is this all the Blizzard employees?
Dozens of months on trying to make this a reality. And so we just want to say thank you to everybody that's putting the hard work in. We're still putting the hard work in today. Like, we're working all the way up
Diablo
through this.
employees.
And so we love the team. We love you guys. Keep up the good work. And yeah, we'll see you on the other side of October 8th.
October 8th, yeah. Huge shout out to Team 3, Team Diablo. You guys kick ass.
Yeah.
Best team. We're super proud of everyone with the Vessel of Hatred and everything. And we're super excited for October 8th. There's a lot of stuff coming up. We have patch notes immediately after this stream. I want to give a huge shout out to everyone here and, of course, who was on the live stream today. It's always fun doing these live streams. It's a big scramble. This is the most amount of people we've ever had on a live stream. So huge shout out to our production team and of course our community team, like with Mr. Filthy Rich back there, who organizes all these great. That's his handle, guys. who handles all these specific
Longest
streams
by
every single
far.
time.
I
This
think
is our 20th stream. It's
the
crazy to see how everything has grown. Big reminders on Twitch
one
drops. We have all the
before the
information on
season 5 PTR
Diablo4.com.
was
Twitch drops will actually start on
longest.
October 8th. And if
They're
you're in the
both-
US, you can grab
I think they're both about the
trolleys
same.
and grab more in-game stuff as
Trolley.
I eat
I hope
trolleys
those
all day.
candies are good.
And then another big thing that I do
It's
want to
only 2
give a
hours?
quick call out.
I thought
in
they
the
were
coming days, you
average,
guys are actually going to hear
usually 2
about
hours.
another cool partnership we're doing with Discord,
Or
which
they
will
usually
offer up
are.
another opportunity for some cool in-game stuff.
Ooh,
So and
Discord
we'll be
partnership.
talking about that here in the coming days. But
Cute.
thank you guys again for tuning in to our pre-launch stream. Lots of stuff to check out in the patch notes immediately after the stream.
Yeah, me too.
And again, a huge thanks to everyone here. We will see you guys October 8th in Nahantu. We're excited and we can't wait to jump into Vessel of Hatred. We'll see you guys.
I like how they exit with this guy. Not by far, PTR is 2.5 hours, so they got this one by an extra almost 12 minutes longer. I thought they were gonna go 3 hours. Party time! Excellent! Where are they rating? They're rating Woody today. Beaver? Yeah. Well, that was that. Let me zoom my camera out. I feel way too close now. My painting's done. Eyes are kind of small. He was squinty. He had sun in his eyes. Thanks, kitten. I did 2 doggos the other day, but they're in the corner and I'm gonna end up making a mess if I try to pick it up. Tomorrow is a short stream, only 3 hours because we're going to Atlanta. But I'll probably work on that a little bit. And open up my Diablo Partner Care package. Will your back survive work tomorrow? Alright, Cloud. Will Omega's back survive work tomorrow? Ask a friend. Why do you always get that one? I'm gonna ask it again. Will Omega's back survive work tomorrow? Stop getting the same one. Unsatisfactory. Oh my god. Yes, it will. Took a lot of shaking though. Yeah, I'm excited for the unboxing. I might be too excited for the flight to paint much, but we can talk and hang out. You know, we can short stream. Dibs raid. Hi Dibs. How you doing? I was just about to leave soon. How was your stream? Yeah. I'm really excited. Yay! Dibbies! And give her a second to type. I'm gonna stay on for another 7 hours. I have to go pack. Back to streaming normally, hopefully. How's work been? Oh, god damn it. Fucking Riz. God damn you. Thanks for the raid, Riz. How was your stream? How do you feel? You excited? I gotta stay now. God damn it. I need to pack. Schedule's changing, going to mornings. Ooh, nice. Yeah. I looked over at my laptop. I'm like, damn it, Riz. I knew it was coming. Yeah. Well, we'll stay for like 10 minutes. Ooh, we can open up a Poke Pack. Hi, Hobo. Oh, 4 a.m.? Shit. Get Steven. Yeah. Dibs, are you gonna be in Atlanta this weekend? But yeah, if anyone's going to DreamHack this weekend, I'm gonna be there, and if you find me, I'll give you a pin. Ding, ding, right, energy. Yeah, mask. Spinda. Tink-a-tink. Tandemouse. Dondozo. Veluza. TM Blindside. Techno Radar. Ooh, Dottler Hitty. Look at him, it's so shiny. Ooh. And one more. Double hit, please, come on. Oh, no. Fuck you, Volcanion. Put the Hitty in a thingy. I don't have this. Let's check the value. Look how cute he is. You're off till Sunday, but your new days off will be Tuesday through Friday. Canada trip? Alright, bet. Let's check the Dottler. I'll lose that tab. Let's see. Dottler. $3. We're rich. I got a Jiggy. Hell yeah. That's exciting. Shiny Dottler. That one's like the shiniest card ever. $3 richer. Hell yeah, brother. So yeah, tomorrow, short little baby stream, 3 hours. Friday, no stream. Monday, no stream till the evening. But it'll be like not too long so that I can sleep and wake up early so like we can be back to normal on Tuesday. Yeah, BB stream. Tomorrow BB stream. Hype stream. Unbox my Diablo partner care package. That's gonna be fun. So make sure you're here at the beginning. 10 a.m. EST. ET. EDT? EDT. ET. ET. I don't know. That's a baby stream. 3 hours tomorrow. Because I'll have an hour to eat food, pack up the rest of my stuff, and we're going to Atlanta. It has spoiler redacted in it. I'll be driving so you can listen? Hell yeah. All the teas. I'm excited. I'm so excited for Atlanta I could throw up. But yeah. Wait. Let me see if it arrived. It was scheduled to arrive 20 minutes ago. It's not here though. It has not arrived at my parents' house yet. coming from Ups. UPS is always late on deliveries to my house. FedEx is the latest though. If something's coming through FedEx, it's coming at 8 o'clock at night. Never earlier. Ever. But my neighbors, whenever they get stuff and it's FedEx, it comes early. But when I order stuff from FedEx, 8 o'clock. From tomorrow night to Sunday night. When you commission it, except I can't paint people, so I'll turn you into a dog, Anthony. DHL always comes early, but every time it comes through DHL, there's always customs. So, if places use DHL, I usually won't order. What? You heard me, Anthony. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, it's really annoying. And it's always like, it's more than like customs through Canada Post. Because they like charge extra or something. I don't know if that's true or just the value, but like, there was one time I got like something that was worth like $65 and my customs were like $58. So I was like, what the whack? And then, yeah. Yeah, customs whack. Our like things are whack here. But yeah. Customs whack. I'm trying to think of what else is whack. I don't know. But I think a mole. I said that to my nieces and they repeated it, but they have no idea where it's from, so it was even funnier. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go eat some pasta. We have to eat all of our food in the fridge. And there's a lot. So wish us luck. Because I'm not that hungry. I am hungry, but I'm not that hungry. Thanks, Dibbies. Oh, Riz. Thanks for the gifties. Appreciate it. Thank you. I'll see you in... I'm not seeing you tomorrow, Steven. But I'll see you in here tomorrow. IRL on Saturday. So I guess I could say see you Saturday on tomorrow. Anyway, I'm excited. Anyway, I'm gonna go eat food. And I'm trying to get my slippers on. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Make sure you're here in the beginning for the Diablo Partner package so we can experience it together. I'm literally holding myself back from opening it tonight so I can open it on stream. Oh, Bo. Bye, Ken. Bye, Jakey. Bye, Hobo. Bye, Riz. Bye, Dibbies. Bye, Steven. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I hope you have a good day. And you, and you, and you, and you. Ah. Riz, thanks you for the gifty. Appreciate it. But yeah. See you tomorrow. Bye. Bye, Boxy.